What is up, everyone? Welcome at long last to Better Call Saul. Yes, it's finally time. It's finally here. Super excited, super hyped. It's been a long time coming. Ever since I started Breaking Bad all those years ago on the channel, I knew this day would come eventually. And here we are. Super keen, super excited, especially since this is a newer show, at least compared to Breaking Bad. So very excited to see like the production side of things and how, I guess, the series evolved from Breaking Bad to Better Call Saul. I mean, when I watched El Camino before this, it was a clear jump in production, like visually speaking. Like it's but with Better Call Saul, especially this being a TV show and not a movie like El Camino, of course, TV production has increased a lot. I mean, if you watch like a new series on any streaming site, I guess, in this day and age, the production is like really good. So I'm very keen, especially coming from the creators of Breaking Bad in this regard. In terms of Better Call Saul itself and the show, well, I mean, it's in the name. We're gonna be focusing on Saul Goodman, a character that I really love in Breaking Bad. In terms of like the content of Better Call Saul, I know that this is supposed to be a prequel/sequel to Breaking Bad. I feel like we're gonna be focusing more on the prequel side of things, like how Saul Goodman came to be, but I do know that we're also gonna be dealing with the ramifications of Breaking Bad as well. How prominent in that aspect is a mystery to me. But beyond that, that's pretty much it, actually. I am expecting to see some familiar faces in Better Call Saul, like characters that we know Saul had affiliations in Breaking Bad, that we know that he had connections with in the past, and I would love to see if we're going to be exploring, like, let's say, how he meets Gus, for example, right? Or how he meets Mike, for example. Like, characters that I do want to see explored more in Better Call Saul. Maybe we're not going to see Gus, actually. I don't know. But Mike, I'm very excited for if we are going to be seeing him, because Mike and Saul is like, they're very connected, right? Like they're almost a pair in some aspects, right? In some key moments. So very excited for that part as well. Beyond that, yeah, that's pretty much it. So hope you guys enjoy my reaction to Better Call Saul. Oh, familiar tune.
Oh, what I'd give
Cinnamon rolls? Cinnamons! Cinnamons in Omaha! Yes! Okay. Yeah, Nebraska. Okay. Where is he? Is this him? Oh. I am so excited, man. I am so excited. Ah, the callback to episode 15 of Breaking Bad. Final season. Oh, look at the cinematography though already. Oh, look at this. Who's that? He's looking at us. Uh-oh.
Solid gone.
Uh-oh. Red herring? Red herring?
think that you would never be home.
Breaking Bad does this a lot as well. Remembering the that part when Jesse thought that Walter had a bodyguard, but the dude was just waiting for his daughter and or whatever. Dude, the black and white. Wow. Black and white to showcase the present day is quite a choice.
From time to time, people make mistakes. That's okay.
People make mistakes? Yeah. How long has it been though? That's like the question, right?
From the Broken Bow area down toward Kearney.
Dude, I cannot get over the cinematography though. We're only like 5 minutes in. Oh, wow. The score so far is very familiar to Breaking Bad. Oh.
Don't let false allegations bully you into an unfair fight.
Huh.
I'm Saul Goodman.
Wow.
Attorney at law. I investigate, advocate, persuade, and most importantly, win. Better call Saul.
Oh, notice how the reflection is in color? That is such a good detail.
It's never too late for
What a
justice.
shot.
Better call.
Iconic music, by the way. Like, even if you have never seen Better Call Saul, you've probably heard this before. Okay! Let's go. I'm hype. I'm hype. I am so hype. Jonathan Banks. Ah, okay.
Your brain, this is not all there yet.
Whoa.
This boy's 19. I don't.
Dude, I can't get over this. The cinematography is so good. It's definitely a better first impression than, I guess, like the first episode of Breaking Bad. That's for sure. Visually speaking.
These three young men, near honors students all, were feeling their oats one Saturday night, and they just went a little bananas.
I feel like in this moment, he's not as confident as we know him as, you know, in the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're bigger than that.
Not as charismatic as well. I'm very keen to see like how much of the series is gonna be, you know, like a courtroom drama. Now that we are focusing on Saul Goodman and all, right? Uh-oh. Gonna show the evidence? Security tapes?
Hey, Miss Watson's fourth period biology class. This one's for you. Watch and learn, losers. Oh, yeah. He's dead. They suck it all out, dumbass. Awesome. Where did they put it? All right, I'm through the net phone now, dude.
Not gonna lie, it's not looking good for them. I don't think they're winning the case.
The hell kind of math is that? Sausage, when does that matter? They had sex with a head. Because it'll be a cold day
Look
in
at the
hell
shot.
before I do any more PD work for this shitty court.
Of course, this is when Saul Goodman was still a good lawyer, a good attorney.
Law offices of James McGill, how may I direct your call?
Law offices of James McGill.
Actually, I don't have Mr. McGill at the moment, but I know he... Oh, splendid. Unfortunately,
accent.
our offices are being painted.
Police in the back?
$3.
I was in that court back there, saving people's lives. So.
Yo! I didn't recognize the voice!
Thank you, very nice.
Insane! Aha! What an encounter.
I'm a stickler.
He is.
You know,
He's a
for-
stickler with the money. He's definitely a stickler.
Have we been in this place before in Breaking Bad? A lot of them look familiar to me.
Yeah, I just think I'd look guilty if I hired a lawyer.
No, actually, it's getting arrested that makes people look guilty, even the innocent.
Yeah,
ones.
hiring a
Innocent
lawyer-
People get arrested every day.
Is perfectly fine. Even if you are innocent, hire a lawyer. Whoa, whoa. What a shot. Oh, look at his expression.
Craig, I think maybe we should sleep on it.
Oh, please call me Jimmy.
You know what I'm gonna call Saul Jimmy too in this regard, because he hasn't become Saul Goodman yet. He hasn't become Heisenberg. So Jimmy was very desperate. Absolutely running low on money. Wow. He needed a job. He needed this badly. My suspicion is gonna somehow land a job with a criminal, and that's gonna spiral into the Saul Goodman that we know today.
Well, run it again. Well, no. It's paid up. Run it again.
Oh! Jesus! That got me. that got me. What the fuck?
Oh God.
It was an accident. He didn't mean to.
Drive it on.
Were they intentionally trying to get hit?
Call the cops.
Don't call the police.
Is this a setup?
Ow, what the hell, man?
Listen, Starlight Express, I'm gonna give you a 9.6 for technique, 0.0 for choice of victim.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about what you owe me for the windshield.
You work for people who have sex with chopped off head?
Was it in the paper?
I heard it from my cousin.
Have we been in this place before? Because I remember Saul, getting spa treatment. I just forgot the exact place is all. Wow. This is where he works? Ooh. Lovely shot.
You have 0 messages.
No new jobs. Nothing. Oh. Yeah, he's in debt. Howard Hamlin. $26,000. Whoa. That trash can has been dented. Hamlin, and McGill.
Brenda, looking good. Nice do. Where's Lord Vader?
Lord Vader. Okay. I wonder if McGill is like his father. Because he obviously knows these people.
You have meddled with the primal forces of nature, Mr. Hamlin, and I won't have it!
Do you want me to call security?
It's okay, Brenda. We got it.
A measly 26 grand. Jesus, you're like Peter Minuit with the Indians. Throw in some beads and shells while you're at it.
It's just a start. There'll be more, unless you're going to just tear them all up.
And why was it made out to me? Why not Chuck?
1/3
of this place belongs to him.
Chuck is his dad. Okay.
What do you got? 12 chairs here? 4 of these chairs are Chuck's.
So these are Chuck's own wishes that you're conveying.
This is what's best for him.
So he personally told you that it's his wish to withdraw from the firm.
Not really.
For Christ's sakes, guys.
I'm loving this. This has been great. Oh, Howard's... Okay.
Jamie, I almost forgot. This month's filings.
Damn.
You can get so caught up in the idea of winning that you forget to listen to your heart.
Ooh. Words that are gonna be important throughout the series, I assume.
Lovely today.
Oh, thank you.
Damn. It's not that Howard is a villain, but he definitely has that antagonistic characteristic on him. Yeah, yep. Figured as much. Oh my god! This shot is so good! Better Call Saul! Holy shit! Come on! Absolute cinema. Okay, so Jimmy and her, who was in the table beside Howard, has a thing.
Couldn't you just...
No, I can't.
This feels iconic. I don't know why, it just feels iconic. Fixes the trash can, yeah. Cinema. This is the first episode. Holy shit. It's definitely living up to the expectations. Exceeding my expectations.
Yes, I grounded myself.
Right. Whoa. No electricity, huh? I'm assuming the one who is typing is his dad? Chuck?
You gotta.
Again? Really?
There's no other way. I know that you don't want to hear it, but you've got to.
You know I'm going to beat this. You know I'm going to get better.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I might as well head down to Skid Row and sell plasma.
You're representing people who have nowhere else to turn. The money is beside the point.
Money is not beside the point. Money is the point.
The different philosophies
Telling you,
here.
Have patience. There are no shortcuts. Do good work, and the clients.
The clients will come. Yeah, I know.
I understand that you're trying to look out for me. But you're missing the bigger picture. You have to admit it could be confusing. Hamlin McGill, James M. McGill.
Gotta have to change it, huh?
Nobody wants to create an adversarial situation. I'm sure Howard would gladly pay the cost of new matchbooks and so on. It's simply a matter of professional courtesy.
Wow. Wow.
Why ride on someone else's coattails?
He's not wrong in that regard, but you could imagine how frustrating it is for Jimmy here.
Let's dance.
These two again.
Go! Hey, fellas. We got business. All the finest babes would smile at him and hope that he would smile back.
This is so good.
Called him Slippin' Jimmy.
Slippin' Jimmy, huh? It's also the position in where they are sitting as well. He's at the top, they're at the bottom. He's looking down at them.
$630. Is that for one fall?
2.
2 falls in one day.
And obviously I know where this is going, but...
Well, I got a job for you.
Uh-huh.
Nice boat.
Yeah, discreet. Like a stripper pole in a mosque. Yeah, forget the boat. Look at the car. You know what that is? Those gentlemen a gold star.
Oh, look at that.
Betsy Kettleman's her name.
That shot.
It's kind of busy here, don't you think?
Well, witnesses are good.
Witnesses are very
pressure,
good.
All right.
This is so good. This is so good.
Well, I'm just glad I happen to be passing by. Happy to be of help, Betsy. May I call you Betsy?
I like the amount of times we are seeing him rehearsing. Like, he's hyping himself up. This is so cool. I mean, we're doing criminal activities, but it's the same with Breaking Bad, right? We're just looking at a different side of things. Okay. Stage 1 complete.
What is she doing in there? She's making a sandwich? Where's her sense of responsibility?
Hey! Okay. We have a situation here. I fucking love the fact that he just got up like, hey, what the fuck, man? That wasn't an ordinary.
Took off on us.
She what?
It was textbook, man. We got our ways, yo. Okay.
I love them already, dude. This is so good.
Stay with her. When she gets where she's going, wherever that is, just don't do anything. Wait for me.
Hey, you're late. Oh, I'm gonna do this one. Okay. Hey, hey, yo, hold up.
Oh.
Hey, yeah, Hugh. Yeah, that's what I'm talking
I don't think this is
Let's go.
the same car.
Is that money?
Let's look at the license plate again. You know what? Maybe it is. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. Something fishy is going on here. That's for sure. Like, I don't believe that she would, be the one responsible for hitting them and run away.
Good afternoon. This.
Okay. Okay. It's the middle of the night. I shouldn't be screaming. Tuco! Nah. We are so back. We are so back, boys. We are so back. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a first episode. What a reveal at the very end as well, dude. Oh. No, that's a first episode. That is a first episode. Okay. We are so back. Boys, we are so back. That was Better Call Saul, Season 1, Episode 1. The premiere episode. Oh, it's so juicy. It's so juicy. It's so juicy. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. Wow. Okay. Great first impression of the series. Really great first episode in general. Beautiful. beautiful cinematography. There's so many good shots. There's so many good shots. Oh my god. I'm still thinking about like that shot when Jimmy was going in the garage or whatever it was, and his co-worker, the woman just standing there in the shadow, and it's come on, that's so good. And then there's so many good shots, there's so many good moments in this episode as well. Oh, where do we begin with this discussion? I don't know. I'll talk about the ending first, because the most freshest of my mind. I knew there was something fishy going on here, but I wasn't expecting Tuco. Tuco of all people in the first episode? Yes. 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 Oh my god, this is so good. This is so good. You know, something that I was going to say, and this was especially during the part when Jimmy was talking to Chuck in the house, and that I feel a lot of similarities with Breaking Bad in terms of like I would say like the initial themes or the initial narrative conflicts, if you will. You know, this idea of, okay, we got this character, Chuck, who has created this company that has obviously found success, but now he is not getting I would say that right now he is getting ousted, right? Or he is not getting the respects or the rightful position that he should have had, right? You know, very familiar in regards to like Walter and Gray Matter, for example. Obviously there are differences, but I'm just talking from the mere point of like somebody who should have been getting more but isn't getting more, right? And the difference here is that Jimmy, right, Saul Goodman, Jimmy is the one who feels the most hurt out of all of this, even though he is not directly the one that is getting the short end of the stick, right? Now it's not really fully confirmed if Chuck is Jimmy's dad. I'm just immediately assuming that it is. Definitely a relative, that's for sure. Like maybe Chuck is like his uncle or whatever. It's, you know, because of the fact that Jimmy never called him dad, he just calls him Chuck, first name basis. So I don't know. Maybe very older brother. I don't know. But definitely a family member, a relative nonetheless. I still feel like it's probably his dad, but you know, it could be wrong. I could be wrong. Like I'm not sure how old Jimmy is in this timeline. But yeah, I'm already seeing like the major conflict with Jimmy in this regard, right? Him trying to find his own identity, which leads very, you know, it'll lead to him becoming Saul Goodman. I don't know when that is. Also the parallels, or I guess the familiarity of Jimmy having an alter ego, a different persona, right? Same way with Walter and Heisenberg and whatever. But I'm still flabbergasted. This was such a good episode. This review is gonna be all over the place. The beginning of the show, where we are showing, I guess, what happens after Breaking Bad. Saul is still on the run. He is still he's not free yet, right? He's still assuming a new identity. But if the cat's out of the bag, well then that's it for him. So he's not out of the woodworks just yet. That's why he was still sweating and he was still worried when that dude was looking at him funny, and he was like, "Oh, what's going on here?" But red herring is typical Breaking Bad fashion, because the dude was just meeting a friend or whatever. So I'm very keen, very excited to see like how we're gonna be exploring the present time, the black and white stuff in that regard, and also the choice of using it black and white. Usually black and white would be used to showcase like the past, right? But here we're showing the present in black and white. Which, look, I don't know the exact reasoning why they chose black and white, but there is a reason nonetheless. There's an obvious reason. There's a reason why they chose black and white. It can have many connotations. The simple, like for example, like black and white imagery could also showcase that the world is black and white, where there is only objective truths, if you will, right? There is right and wrong, and that's pretty much it. Could also relate to the fact that Saul in that it could also relay the current situation, the mental state of Saul Goodman in the present, where he's just seeing the world in black and white. Like there's no color, there's no life in him. Like it's all bad. It's all lifeless. It's many connotations, right? I need to see more to have like a better analysis in that regard. But either way, black and white choice, really good. I love it, and I also love the fact that even though we are in black and white, when Saul Goodman played the tapes, right, the tapes of his old commercials, which now I am kind of excited to see if they are going to be showing, the process of him shooting those commercials, if you will, because eventually he is going to become Saul Goodman. He's going to get that that office space that we know, that iconic office from Breaking Bad. I'm wondering if we're going to be reaching that point. I mean, we have to eventually, right? But I love how, even though we are in black and white, as I mentioned before, when he played those tapes, it is in color, right? Kind of like reminiscing about the good old days, when things were more lively or more colorful. But he doesn't feel that way. His expression is totally different. It's not like he was happy when he was playing the tapes. It was more like he was regretting those choices, right? I mean, fairly so. Right now, he's totally in the dumps right now, right? It's like he was back where he started, but now he's on the run. Now that, I guess the entire state is looking for him. So yeah, really, really good stuff. I'm very, very excited to see where we're going to be going in that regard. And then as we jump back into the past, which I guess I'll refer to the past as like the present in this timeline of the series, and then the future I'm gonna be referring to the events after Breaking Bad. As we jump to the past, now the present, it was very fun to see Jimmy not acting like Saul, right? His demeanor, his actions, his overall tone, and his mannerisms, very different. At least that's the vibe that I'm getting at, because Saul Goodman in Breaking Bad, he is this charismatic figure, obviously a source of comedy in certain aspects, in certain moments, but he always feels like a person who understands the situation and can easily adapt, right, towards the circumstances. Like, he can be one thing and then something happen, like Walter breaking in and whatever, and Saul Goodman can easily adapt to that situation. Like, he's like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you a phone, you're gonna do this, and you're gonna do that, and then everything will be resolved, right? That is Saul Goodman that I know. That is the Saul Goodman that I know. This is not the Saul Goodman that I know. This is somebody else. This is Jimmy McGill. And I am very excited to see this. I'm very excited to see this part of Jimmy. And I love Bob Odenkirk's performance in this first episode. He definitely showcased a lot of emotion, a lot of subtleties as well in his expressions. Especially, I remember that moment when he desperately wants the couple to sign the contract, as obviously he is broke. He needs the money, right? And you see it when they were zooming in on his face, and he was like so excited. Like, he was like, like he was like clamoring. He wanted to happen immediately. But then the couple said, nah, let's sleep on it. Hit him right in the heart, especially even more when the next day he saw that the couple was talking to Howard. Let's talk about Howard as well, shall we? Howard is this very, very interesting character. Because I don't see Howard as a villain, as I mentioned in the reaction, but I can totally see him being as an antagonist. A character who is currently becoming a very heavy obstacle to Jimmy. Right. I need to see more of him, obviously, but it's a matter of like, okay, what happened between Howard and Chuck? Right? That's like the more important aspect. Because what happened between him and Chuck directly involves Jimmy. And I feel like Jimmy doesn't have much say in what happens in the company. Chuck does. We'll see what happens to Chuck in the future. In the very likely scenario that Chuck either passes away, Jimmy is gonna have a real day with Howard, that's for sure. But yeah, Howard is a very interesting character already. Very keen to see how he's gonna play in like the overall narrative of the story. He's definitely I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to judge him immediately, but right now he gives off this power-hungry corporate entity that is, I would say, like the opposite of Jimmy in this regard. I mean, this could also be a situation where maybe Howard is actually in the right and Jimmy is in the wrong. But because we are focusing on Jimmy, whatever bad actions that Jimmy will do, Howard is going to be left, I would say, like in like he's gonna have the final trying to find like the right words for this, but I mean it's a very similar situation with Breaking Bad. Let's just put it that way. You know, like obviously Walter, I'm looking at this as like a Walter and Hank scenario. Where obviously Hank is in the right and Walter is in the wrong, but because Walter is our protagonist and we are following Walter, we do not want Hank to figure it out, even though Hank figuring it out is the right thing to do, right? And at the end of, I mean, we know what happened at the end of Breaking Bad, you know, like what happened between Walter and Hank, right? And I'm kind of feeling the same way in this regard when it comes to Jimmy and Howard. Like, I mean, we know what's gonna happen to Jimmy. Like, we know who Jimmy is gonna be interacting and who's gonna be his clients in the future, you know? We're talking about like the Mexican cartels, we're talking about like Gus Fring, Gustavo, right? Now apparently Tuco is gonna be in this as well. I mean I should have expected that, but you know, like Jimmy is gonna be dealing with a lot of bad people who is gonna be his allies, temporary allies, but allies nonetheless, right? Whereas I feel like Howard, I could see Howard being in the scenario where he's gonna be, I don't know if Howard is like an actual attorney as well, or he's just like the head of the offices. I feel like he is gonna be an attorney as well. But if he is an attorney as well, I could totally see Howard being the person who is trying to expose Jimmy. Like if Howard knows that Jimmy is working with bad people, he's trying to expose Jimmy, and then we're gonna have a courtroom drama or whatever in that regard, right? I could be wrong, but I can totally see that happening, right? I'm still judging this from like the very first episode of Better Call Saul, but I could see that totally happening. You know, if we are gonna be comparing familiarities and formulas from Breaking Bad. And yeah. Mike! I forgot about Mike! Oh my god, I forgot about Mike. Very quick encounter, but very lovely as well. I love that we just saw him just very briefly. I mean, we know about his past. He talks about it with Walter, right, in Breaking Bad, like how he was a former cop and whatever. It's just that it's very surreal to see their very first interaction in this episode with Jimmy. So yeah, it's been exciting. It's been really exciting. I love the setup that we have so far with Better Call Saul with this episode. I cannot wait to see what happens next in the series. I kind of like the two guys that we met. Like, are they brothers? I think they're brothers, right? I like them to a degree. I feel like they are a source of comedic relief. I don't know how long they're going to be staying in the show, but I like them regardless, at least for this first episode. Yeah. I'm super excited. I am very happy. This is a very great first episode. As I mentioned, what a great premiere. I cannot wait to see the next episode. Thank you all so much for tuning in. See you all next time for the next episode of Better Call Saul. Take care, everybody. Have a nice day. Peace. Oh, very reminiscent of season 2 episode, what was it? 2 or 3?
Are you the son?
Grandson.
Ah.
Ningún problema.
Dude.
No hay ningún problema.
Yes, sí, problema. And now dos problemas. Ah, dude.
They are messing with the wrong person here.
I don't know what you're saying, man.
Turn the sound really loud so you won't hear the gunshots.
Hit and run? It's no joke. What are the cops gonna say?
Cops. They coming.
Oh, dude.
You called her bitch.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, no, whatever, man. Please talk dollar amounts for what you did.
Oh, shit. Whoa. Okay. New footage over the logo. Oh, was that young Tuco there in the photo? Don't mind the noise.
Mijo, ¿qué pasa?
Oh, nada.
Oh.
Todo está bien.
Oh.
¿Y esos hombres están aquí todavía?
Abuelita.
Yo te ayudo.
No. Ya casi terminé. Tu mijo se encarga de esto.
Si eres muy
I always like this side of Tuco, by the way. Like the more familial side of him. Everybody in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul has an alter ego. Well, all right, let's see it.
Good afternoon. Whoa. Showing hands. I'm relaxed. Okay. My name's James McGill. I'm an attorney.
Mijo, ¿quién es ese hombre? ¿Está con los otros?
No. Es un vendedor.
Ay, mijo, mira, todavía veo la salsa que derramaste. No debes permitir que se seque.
Abuelita, yo traigo la consola.
This is great. It's also building tension as well, right? You don't want them to get caught by Abuelita here.
Talk.
I'm gonna make an educated guess what happened here. My two clients, Frick and Frack, the mop heads.
Frick and Frack.
If they're dead, I'm guessing that I'm gonna go with glass half full here and say they're not.
Glass half full.
You got a mouth on you.
Thank you.
He sure does. Down into the basement. Very reminiscent of the beginning episodes of Breaking Bad with Crazy 8 and what was the other guy's name? Emilio?
It was all his idea. No. Shut up.
Oh, yes! Put him in a desert. Yes! Classic Breaking Bad. Ooh.
I smell lies.
Ooh.
I smell pork.
No, that's not necessary.
We know you're with the heat. The question is who?
I'm down at the courts every day. People know me. I'm a known quantity. I am. Ah!
I think I recognize some of those people.
I'm Special Agent Jeffrey Steele, FBI.
Okay, Agent Steele, what business are we in?
Business?
You're investigating us, right? What did we do?
It's Title 21, Schedule 2 through Schedule 5, including Part B. That's what we call them down at the Bureau.
Ah, dude.
The task force is designated Operation Kingbreaker.
Kingbreaker.
That makes me the king!
Dude, this is so good. Saul is so Jimmy is so good.
I'm James Morgan McGill. I'm a lawyer. I was trolling for business. Okay, that's the truth. Now, you find a Bible, I swear.
Okay, what about Operation King Breaker
I made
FBI?
it up, okay? I'm sorry. I don't know you. I don't want to. But you let us go. We're going to forget this happened. Guys, we're going to forget, right? Nod your heads.
He said he was FBI. He admitted it. You really see the FBI hiring those two flaquitos? Maybe.
Jimmy saying that he is FBI is enough to trip them over, huh?
They disrespected my abuelita. They called her Biznatch! If they just walk!
I miss Tuco so much, man. I keep saying that, but he brings so much charisma into the screen.
Can you let them go? Just let them go. You stupid. They don't deserve to die. I put them up to it. I don't deserve to die, but they don't either.
I spit on their mama!
She is a lady. She's a widow. She's got arthritis, and still she works every day.
This is so good.
No, not for them, for these two.
He's playing into Tuco's emotions of his own grandma, right?
When I was at your abuelita's place, you were gonna let them go.
Yes.
The way I see it, that's because you're tough, but you're fair. You're all about justice. That's what I'm saying. Let the punishment fit the crime. Eye for an eye.
Eye for an eye. You want me to blind them?
No. All they did was trash talk.
So I cut their tongues out! Black eyes? That ain't nothing!
Tuco's so good, man.
You got a black eye, fool.
But what?
Stop helping.
We could sprain their ankles.
Sprain.
They're skateboarders, right?
I love this sequence. I love this scene so much. This is so fun. Even if this isn't meant to be comedic, it is for me. And it's positive. Shake on it, yeah.
One leg each.
Shake on it, yeah.
That's fair.
Jimmy is so good. Ooh. It's the fact that Jimmy keeps looking at them. Like he doesn't have to, he could just look away. Let this be a lesson for him as well, right? The first of many sacrifices. But hey,
Here you go. Easy.
he saved their lives, that's for sure. It's better than death.
The worst lawyer ever. Hey, I just talked you down from a death sentence to 6 months probation.
Forgot to mention, I also know now that the show takes place in like 2002. They kind of showed it in the first episode through the tape that they saw in the court scene, and also in like the check that Jimmy got. Getting reminded of the legs being broken. Yeah. Traumatic, that's for sure.
I don't think you grounded yourself.
Chuck taking care of him is nice to see.
You're gonna have to take it black.
They're out of milk. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
I'm still wondering, like, what more is there to like Chuck's life, like why he chose to distance himself from a lot of things. Like, why are things supposed to be grounded in his house and all? Like, is there a health reason? Is there something else? Like, genuinely, it's like the one thing that I'm still not sure of yet, but I don't need an answer immediately.
You got 4, you need 5.
There's 4 90-minute stickers there.
You've been here 6 hours and 5 minutes.
It takes 10 minutes to walk down here.
$5 or you go get another sticker.
This makes you feel real important, huh?
I love this music playing in the back, by the way.
It's showtime.
Lovely cut. I hope this is a type of montage that we will see often in the show. Because one thing that I love about... I mean, this shot itself is really great.
This is not a me problem. This is a you problem.
Mike is relentless. Petty with a prior.
Petty with a prior.
Who is this dude?
Well, meet me halfway.
This has been a really great sequence, by the way. Really good montage. I want this montage to keep going. This is so good. Enough stickers? No?
Like a troll under a bridge. You must have the stickers or you won't pass.
Any messages?
You have 0 messages.
None at all.
Customer.
What?
For you, a customer. Waiting now.
Oh.
Sure. Give me a minute.
Oh. Tuco? Question mark? But he wouldn't know where... Well, I mean... Well, it could be anybody. It might be the brothers, but they're probably still in hospital, right?
My office is being painted. Excuse the temporary quarters.
Well.
Wow. Tuco freaked you out, huh?
Alright.
He doesn't know I'm here.
On your own, huh?
I've been thinking about what you said out there in the desert. Those people that you were trying to scam, how much did they steal?
Ah.
You already tried ripping them off. I'm gonna finish what you started.
I wasn't trying to rip them off. I just wanted their business. I'm a lawyer, not a criminal.
Not a criminal yet.
You are shitting me.
I crossed the
If you ever change your mind.
When you figure out you're in the game.
I'm not in the game. I promise.
Lovely. Lovely. Oh. That's where we're at. Okay. Pretty solid second episode. That first half of the episode was definitely insane. Fantastic follow-up from the first episode and where that ended as well. But the second half was really interesting as well in this episode. We'll talk about that in the review. Alright, that was Better Call Saul. Season 1, Episode 2. Solid episode. Couple of things that I'll talk about before we actually dive deeper into the episode. First of all, Chuck. I have been made aware that Chuck is Jimmy's brother. I was under the assumption that he was like a father in the first episode reaction. Nope, he is a brother. Though, either way, family member, regardless. And I guess the whole thing about his I guess his like living condition, still not sure about that, but more likely, for health reasons perhaps. You can obviously let me know in the comments. I think that I don't think that's like a major spoiler or anything in general. But beyond that, great episode. The first half of this episode, when we were dealing and when we are focusing more on Tuco, is great. I love it. I love it so much. Seeing more Tuco is always, a plus for me. I always love the character. He's definitely charismatic, and he can oftentimes intentionally or unintentionally give a laugh or two. And in the case of the first half of this episode, when we have Tuco paired with Saul, with Jimmy, who is also a source of comedy, it makes for a really fun scene. Again, like, even if the intention isn't comedic, I was laughing a lot. it was so funny to see how they bounce off each other, like their dialogue, their exchanges, like how Jimmy is trying to reason with Tuco, the guy who we know is someone who is not unreasonable, but unpredictable to say the least. And I just love it, and I hope to see more. I do want to see more back and forth between Jimmy and Tuco. And since we know that this is set in the past, Tuco can be in the show for the long run. Like, I don't know how, I don't know how prominent Tuco is going to be. Maybe he's only going to be in like the first season. Maybe he's going to stay up until like the last season. I don't know. Because at the end of the day, this is mostly a prequel to Breaking Bad. Tuco is going to be alive until the very end of the show, right? Timeline wise, But yeah, speaking of Tuco, there is obvious familiarities once again to the events that we just saw in this episode and events that we saw in Breaking Bad. So this is something that I've talked about in the previous episode discussion, but it's very prominent in here as well, especially how Jimmy meets Tuco for the first time, how Tuco leads Jimmy into like the basement, and we have like the brothers being held captive there, like very reminiscent to like the early episodes of Breaking Bad. Yeah, it's really fun. It's really fun to see like the I don't want to say parallels, but it's fun to see a familiar formula, to say the least. And especially with Tuco, I always love this side of Tuco, this side of this family side of Tuco, the side that is innocent in quotations, right? When he was talking to his grandma, his abuelita, that was so fun. It's like seeing Tuco switch his personality immediately from one to another is so fun, this also brings up a question as well. Are we going to see Hector in this show? Because obviously Hector and Tuco, I don't know. It just watching Better Call Saul just brings up a lot of questions of like how many other characters from Breaking Bad are we going to be seeing in Better Call Saul? Specifically the ones that are, let's say, from the cartels, or the ones that are running the drug business and whatever. I talked about like Gus in the previous episode, but there's plenty of these characters, right? And I'm not sure if some of those people that were with Tuco are the same actors, the same characters that we saw in season 1, because Tuco was with a lot of other people as well, right? In his own building complex. I could be wrong, I could be right. I haven't checked the first episodes in a very long while, actually. But we'll see. I might actually go check out those first episodes of Breaking Bad again before I jump into the next episode. But Jimmy, man, Jimmy McGill, it's always nice to see him. It's very interesting to see him in this current state. He is still like halfway there, as I mentioned in the first episode review, where he's not as charismatic as he is in Breaking Bad. He's not entirely commanding of the entire scene, but we are seeing glimpses of that, especially when he was talking to Tuco, right? Him trying to find the middle ground where both parties can agree with. That's always been Saul's like expertise, right? In Breaking Bad. So it's always it's fun to see that on display being developed by Saul himself, by Jimmy. Since we are in like the first season, obviously this is gonna develop more and more for his character. That entire montage as well, brilliantly done, beautifully well shot as well. I want to see more. Breaking Bad and montages are like inseparable. So if we're gonna get montages like that, that'll be sweet. And honestly, yeah, we are. It's definitely we're definitely. How do I describe this? We're definitely taking this slow. right? I do feel like Hamlin, the Hamlin Industries, whatever it's called, and like Jimmy's rivalries with them, like the corporate lawyer side of things, the business side of things, and that I do think that is going to be the end game of Better Call Saul, because I do feel like they are like, you could say the people that Jimmy is going to have the hardest to beat, right? Because they're just higher than him on the hierarchy, if you get what I'm saying, right? I do feel like that's gonna be like the end game of Better Call Saul. But I wasn't entirely sure where we were going by the end of the first episode, but now I kind of do. I feel like we are gonna be focusing more on the Jimmy's interaction and his overall ties with Tuco and his gang, the cartels and such. We're gonna be building that up first. That is gonna be how Jimmy is gonna be developing his character more and more. He's gonna get allies in there, right? Enough for him to potentially fight back, right? And yeah, that final scene, Jimmy getting an offer. We shall see. We shall see. It's also a formula that I am curious to see how Better Call Saul is going to handle, and that is the formula where main character says that he is not this thing, and then he does the thing, and he likes doing the thing, and he succeeds at the thing, but by the time he is successful of the thing, he decided to say, nope, I am not doing that again, distances himself of that, only for it to come back in. Rinse and repeat. That is the loop of Breaking Bad. I've talked about this multiple times throughout my Breaking Bad adventure. That is basically Walter and Jesse's like whole spiel, their whole journey, each and every season, over and over and over again. And I'm wondering if that is going to be the same thing with Jimmy, with Saul in Better Call Saul. And I'm not saying this as a negative, by the way. I'm saying this as a positive, because I like the formula, and if it is going to be that case, it makes for some really interesting developments for the character as well. So, who knows? We might see an ending of this season where Jimmy potentially succeeds in this whole scenario, right? I mean, we don't know how far this is gonna go. The whole stealing from the rich angle that we're getting at right now, we might get that over with in like 2 episodes, and then we can focus on something more. But either way, I feel like Jimmy's gonna get a taste of it. He's gonna find enjoyment in it. Obviously, the reward is gonna be the thing that is gonna be enticing Jimmy the most, right? Money. And then something's gonna happen. Something has to happen that has to pull Jimmy back from that whole thing. And then something else is going to happen that forces Jimmy to come back to that situation. At least that is the formula that we are familiar with. We don't know what, I don't know what the show has in store for me in the future. But either way, I think that's going to be it for my review of this episode of Better Call Saul. Very short review, I know. But obviously there's a lot more that we can discuss, but I am going to be holding off on some of those discussions when we're getting more and more information and more, more details on the story and such. But so anyways, thank you all so much for tuning in. I will see you all next time for the next episode of Better Call Saul. Take care, everybody. Have a nice day. Peace.
Name? Charles McGill. Client visit?
Charles McGill.
Here's Johnny.
Oh.
Hey, I knew you'd come. All right, you're a sight for sore eyes. You're looking good.
2 things I know about Albuquerque. Bugs Bunny should have taken a left turn there.
Look at that shot, though.
You are the man.
Huh.
Right? I know you got a million legal loopholes that we can dance through. Big bag of tricks.
We barely hear from you. Now that you're in it up to your neck, you can't even call me yourself. You have Mom call me?
Mom took it upon herself to call you. I was just letting her know where I was.
Hmm.
I know I'm a lousy brother. I'm a lousy brother. I'm a big screw up.
Hmm.
Jimmy, if I do this, do not make a fool out of me.
Help me.
Okay. Quite the opening, that's for sure. I'll talk a bit about it in the review. Oh, look at the lighting. He's calling them.
Hello? Hey, it's me.
Oh. Never mind.
Clock says 2, but I think that might be Ho Chi Minh's time zone.
Craig Kettleman.
Craig Kettleman, yeah. The primo client,
Ah.
the dipwad boss stole. How much exactly did Kettleman get away with?
Dude, this lighting is so good.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Excuse me, but I'm a taxpayer in this county. I think I have a right to know.
You know, if Kettleman isn't careful with that money, I mean, his whole family could be in danger. What do you mean, danger? Jimmy, why would you say that?
What?
No. He got her. He got her attention at least.
I'm no hero.
No. No, you are not. He says as he is being basked by red lighting. Like, come on, that was great. He was basking like red and blue colors. Like, it's the inner conflicts within him. You know, the struggle. Beautiful shot. So far. So distant. Alone.
Kettleman, you're in danger. You're in danger.
I'm sorry, what?
Can you call back on a better line?
Kettleman, you're in danger. They're coming for you. Bye.
He gives up. Enough with the facade. I mean, it's enough to get them feeling worried, so that's a good start. Was the guy in the car the guy that we saw in the end of the previous episode, or was that just a random guy?
Good morning. What do you mean, what did I mean? I told you I was drunk. I just...
Yeah.
Why are you asking me this?
Because they asked her, right? It's all coming into motion.
I will get you extra if you just let me go. Fine, you're gonna make me walk back and get the stickers. I will walk back and get the stickers. Screw you, geezer!
Oh, the police are there. Yeah, heard the police chatter. Hamlin.
The place is ransacked. No sign of the family. There's no note, so we're still figuring it out.
Why did you come here?
I'm just supporting a friend in her time of need.
You want to be supportive? Tell me why you said those things last night.
I'm just reading tea leaves. Same way I knew the Kettlemans needed a lawyer. All that money floating out there, it's logical somebody would come after it.
I still haven't gotten her name yet. I still haven't checked it up. They probably mentioned it once in the show before, but yeah. All right, here we go. Beautiful shot.
Nacho, leave it.
Nacho.
So call me at 146-8729 at your earliest convenience. But soon, please.
I'm liking the score in the back here. Way to build up the anxiety.
If I didn't say it before, time is of the essence.
It's a really good scene.
Hello? Nacho.
Ominous. Such a good shot, man, with the telephone and the communication lines and everything. Just boxing Jimmy there. Really well done. Okay, they are chasing him. Okay, okay. Well. Whoa.
Hey,
Hey. What's up?
you asked for me, and I have come. Cops tracked your van.
Okay,
and
okay,
you
okay. So it was him.
Searched
Okay.
it and found blood on the floor. That was your van outside the house. You weren't there?
Yeah, I was there.
But
I
he
was
didn't.
casing the place.
But he's.
Figuring out the best way in and out, what time they went to bed, all that. They were fine when I left. That's it.
You had nothing to do with the Kettlemans.
I was never in the house.
Okay.
You know what? I don't even care. The cops are out there right now poking into my business, and if they find something on me or my partners for real, it's gonna be bad for you.
Yeah. Fascinating. So we're potentially dealing with a third party here.
You're gonna get your special CSI people, right? And you're gonna test the blood from that van because I guarantee you 1,000,000,000% it's not the Kettlemans.
Whose is it?
It's not the Kettlemans. Just test it.
Yeah.
Screw you, missing something.
No, detectives, I think that's a good idea.
A good idea.
Yes.
Would you look at that?
Mr. McGill to the house.
Well, well, well. I mean, this is great already because
This is the son's room, Warren. 12 years old.
there is a high chance that Nacho is actually innocent, right? And I kind of believe that he is innocent in this regard. Or at the very least, Jimmy believes that Nacho is innocent. Could the Kettlemans trash it themselves?
What are you saying?
Maybe the Kettlemans kidnapped themselves.
That's what I was saying.
If you run, everyone knows you're guilty. But if you're kidnapped, you're a victim, right? They staged this to throw everyone off.
It's possible. Unlikely.
But possible.
All their cars are here. There's no record of a taxi or car service.
Okay, well, that,
They didn't
okay,
get any
okay, okay.
Planes or buses or trains.
You checked all that?
Yes, we checked it. And the doll, it's not news. We saw it was missing.
Could they use the boat? I don't know.
I called the Kettlemans. After I hung up with you, I gave them a warning call.
Okay, he's telling her.
You didn't do the sex robot voice, did you?
I did.
The what?
The whole thing, which
That-
probably scared the living shit out of them, and they took off.
Not even gonna question it. They are on some kinky shit on the phone, bro. I want to know more about these two.
Get the cops to let Varga go, because right now my ass is on the highway.
It's driving me nuts. I don't know her name.
Why are you in danger? Hamlin will never agree to it. The Kettlemans are our clients. This would mean incriminating them.
You see, this is why people hate lawyers.
If it were up to me, you know I couldn't.
Powerless. Out of her control, out of her reach. But it's almost kind of obvious that she has admiration or at least some perspectives, that she shares with Saul, with Jimmy to a degree. Added to the fact that they might have had a past relationship.
I will pay you what I owe you, plus interest, if you just let me come through.
I suggest you find parking somewhere else.
Somewhere else? As in where somewhere else?
Not my concern.
What are you gonna do? You got a poop-filled diaper in there? You gonna throw it at me?
Oh, you have no idea what Mike is capable of.
Huh, geezer?
Yep.
We're talking about a family. 2 kids.
He needs to help us get his scumbag client to top. So what do you say? You on board?
Help us do some good.
Quite a reaction there from him.
Well, Nacho is Nacho Man. Comprendo? Nobody took the Kettlemans. The Kettlemans took themselves.
Oh.
You're gonna keep playing that line? It's gonna go rough.
Mike had a reaction there when he said the Kettlemans.
Hey, guys, wait a second. I changed my mind. I'm sorry, what? I don't want to press charges.
Okay, Mike.
No, I don't think I said that, buddy.
You had a chance to do the right thing and you puss out?
Yeah, well, I guess it's my loss.
And I'm pretty sure this is like after Mike's, previous job as like an actual cop, right?
No, I refuse to believe it's because you have something resembling a heart inside your body.
You're not gonna have a heart inside your body in about 5 seconds.
Meh.
All right, I believe you.
I knew it! Finally, someone believes me.
Odds are they didn't get out of the neighborhood.
Oh.
Will they come again?
Then where are they?
Nobody wants to leave home.
Nobody wants to leave home. I feel like that's also like an umbrella theme for the series in general, including Breaking Bad, you know. Nobody wants to leave home. Huh. Going on a camping trip. Okay. Possible exit way for the family to go, right? Is there like a secret bunker somewhere out here? Okay.
Let's do this.
Here's Johnny! Hey, Warren. Hey, JoJo.
This is twice now that Jimmy has done a Shining reference in this episode.
This is happening. Yes, it is.
Is that the money?
Yes, we're doing this now.
Yep, that's the money.
Yeah.
No, that's where they end. No! Dude, I was so into that episode. That was so good. That was great. That was great. All right, that was Better Call Saul, Season 1, Episode 3. A really good episode, really good. Very engaging. Love the overall, I guess, story within this episode. It's really good. Talking about like the opening segment of the episode where we got a bit of a flashback, of what happened before, I guess, Slip and Jimmy days, if you will. But, yeah. I mean, it goes to show that entire opening, first it goes to show how Chuck was actually the one who got Jimmy's back to a degree, right? He was the one who helped Jimmy out of prison, imprisonment or out of jail or anything. But it's also showing, like, you could say a personal bias as a lawyer, because you are, your client is your own brother, and your own brother is telling you, like, hey, there are loopholes, right? You can help me out in this, right? Get me out of this situation, right? In a lot of ways, it's very fascinating. It's very fun for me to watch, Jimmy, to watch Saul in that situation, and then knowing where he is gonna be at the end of like Breaking Bad, for example, like the type of person he is gonna become, because he's gonna be sitting at the opposite side of the table there, right? He's gonna be the one who is helping his clients with the loopholes and everything and whatever, and it's also, it also goes to show, it takes a criminal to know how to do criminal acts, especially with how Jimmy in this episode pretty much nails it in the coffin, right? He nails it when it comes to like the situation with the Kettlemans, right? He immediately understood and he realizes that there's no way that the Kettlemans, flee the nation or flee the state. They didn't run away. The scene of the crime at their house, it was all fabricated. They were the one who trashed it, and most people did not believe him, right? They were like, it is possible, Jimmy, but unlikely, as they say. But the thing about them is They don't work. They don't have the criminal mind. Let's just put it that way. Jimmy, on the other hand, former criminal now turned into lawyer. He knows how they act, how they behave, how they work, and that past experience, if you will, is probably gonna help him into the future and into shaping to who the Saul Goodman that we know today, right? And obviously we have a long journey ahead of us, right? We still don't know like the full picture as to why Jimmy ultimately ended up becoming Saul Goodman. We don't know, like the pitfalls, the steps that he took that ultimately made him choose, no, I'm gonna help criminals. Or at the very least, if a criminal came to me, I'm gonna help them out because they're gonna give me more money than normal people do. You know what I mean? I mean, to the fact where he's working with Gustavo Fring of all people, and yeah, very interesting stuff. While I'm still remembering, I'm gonna check out like the name of that Jimmy's friend, Kim. Okay, Kim. I still don't remember if they actually called her name once in the series so far. Honestly, cannot remember. Probably missed it if they have, but if they haven't, then it's just kind of hard for me to actually talk about her without knowing her name. And I don't think it should be any I don't think that's like a major reveal or whatever. But anyways, Kim, interesting character, very interesting because heavily implied, heavily hinted that Kim and Saul, with Jimmy, there is something between them, a romantic relationship perhaps, or a past relationship, if you will. Especially with that first episode with beautiful shot of the both of them just leaning against the wall, and then the shadows just dividing them. Beautiful stuff. But it's clear to me that Kim and Jimmy has a thing. Kinky phone pass thing where he uses a robotic voice that she knows about. Interesting. But yeah, interesting to say the least. I think, I don't know, the thing about Kim is that like she it's clear to me that it's not like she has any major grudges against Saul or anything, towards Jimmy. I don't think there's any ill towards him. I think they're just co-workers trying to be, trying to do their best. It just so happens that Kim is of a higher rank than Saul, I think. At least that is what they are showcasing here. Like Kim is always with Hamlin, Jimmy not really with not really with like the board members, or like the top of the tops of the company and whatever, right? That's why it used to be Chuck. But even then, Hamlin is still at the top, and I feel like this dynamic between Hamlin, Kim, and Jimmy, that's gonna be like the main dynamic that we're gonna be focusing on for the rest of the show. I feel like Hamlin, again, I still believe that Hamlin could possess as like the major obstacle for Jimmy. Not a villain, but more of an antagonist, to say the least. Although at this point, not that it's showing, but signs are there. Like I could see him as a potential major obstacle in like the future. Kim, I feel like is like in the middle of the two of them. In like she's in the middle ground. Like I could see a potential storyline, again, just predictions, but I can see a potential storyline where she is gonna have to balance and she's gonna have to choose between like her current rank, like her high rank within the company, like she could be like the top of the top lawyer or whatever, or side with Jimmy, and I feel like Jimmy, I mean we know where Jimmy's gonna be, we know where Jimmy's gonna end up, right? He's not gonna be with them anymore. In fact, we don't even see them anymore in Breaking Bad. And that itself already raised a bunch of questions. Like, okay, we don't see these characters. We don't know about these characters. I don't think Saul has ever mentioned about these characters. I do remember a line of dialogue where Saul was talking about like cheating with someone or with his like second wife or his ex-wife or whatever. I don't know. But none of these characters that I am seeing in Better Call Saul, the newer ones at least, are ringing a bell. Like the only ones that I know are gonna be fine throughout the series is gonna be Mike and Tuco. Like that's it. Like these two I know are gonna be fine because they're gonna be in Breaking Bad season 1. But some of these other characters like Kim, Hamlin, Chuck, we don't hear about them at all in Breaking Bad. And to be fair again, maybe they never really intended for these characters to exist in the first place. Like these show creators, the showrunners, maybe Better Call Saul wasn't planned at the time. Like these characters didn't exist at the time, so they were never interjected into the story to begin with. And like that's fair, right? That's a fair assumption, right? These characters were never mentioned in Breaking Bad because these characters conceptually were never born, right? But at the same time, it does put into question, right? What happened to these characters? Where are they now? But yeah, really good episode, really good stuff. Again, really love what they are doing with Jimmy as a character in this episode. It's really fun. These past 3 episodes, it's been fun to see Jimmy act in a way that isn't like Saul Goodman. Jimmy is still acting like Jimmy, like he's still teetering the lines of like, well, do I want to? I have to help my client, yes, but he's also criminal. I don't, like there's still a morality balance that Jimmy is trying to hold on to, and that balance is pretty much set in stone, or we know where the balance is gonna tip over by the end of by the end of the show, probably per the events of Breaking Bad. But it's just really interesting and really fun to see where it all started. Like this is already a good case to start, as I mentioned in my reaction, right? A case where Jimmy is defending Nacho here as a client, and we know that Nacho is innocent. And we know that for sure by the end of the episode, right? It's been pretty much confirmed, like the Kettleman's caught red-handed. And now it's only a matter of, well, okay, Jimmy's gonna be fighting Kim in this regard, right? In court, if we are gonna be moving this into court, actually seeing the legal battle, proceed. That's gonna be interesting, and that's like the other thing that I really want to see. I already talked about this. I want to see more courtroom dramas, courtroom drama specific episodes in Better Call Saul, because that's like what it's all about, And what better way to showcase Jimmy's development in a courtroom, right? Let him speak, let him cook, let him be the man that we know, for better or for worse. I guess I'm getting that Breaking Bad feeling again of like, one part of me is like rooting for Walter to like, hell yeah, do what you do. On the other hand, it's like, wait, I'm rooting for a master criminal who's also a murderer and a killer, and also a master manipulator, and also somebody who is taking control and using a young person, Jesse in Breaking Bad to his own advantage, and just destroying his life as well, while also being a cocky, arrogant piece of shit. But he's still charismatic, so that's kind of what I'm feeling with Saul at the moment. I don't know. We'll see. I can see a possibility. It's gonna be a hard one, but I can see a possibility where Saul might be on the same level as Walter in terms of like my overall enjoyment, appreciation, and love for the character. In fact, Saul could also actually surpass Walter because I don't know about screen time, but I feel like we're gonna get more Saul Goodman than Walter White if we're looking at Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad combined. I don't know, because Walter's not gonna be in here. Even if he is gonna be in here, it's probably gonna be like the last season. But Walter's not gonna be in here. Saul is gonna be here from episode 1 to the final episode, and Saul was already in Breaking Bad for like for numerous times. You know, a side character, but numerous times he was there. So a lot of potential. What I'm seeing and what I'm feeling right now is a lot of potential and a lot of really good potential. And right now I am enjoying it. The fact that I was kind of mad that the episode was over kind of goes to show like I was so engaged with it. So yeah, it's been good. It's been great. It's so great to be back. Yeah.
Gotta work on it, bro. All right, man. Seriously.
All right, bro. I'll work on it. But
Flashback.
okay. All right. Well, let me try it again. Let me try it again.
Oh, what a shot. Look at that. Ah, Cicero. Beautiful that they are keeping this this shot, you know, this position. Really beautiful.
Bro, I never did catch your name.
Saul.
Saul?
Whoa.
It's all good, man.
I do. All right, Saul.
Okay. Saul good, man.
I don't know, some fat guy.
Jesus. Is he, was he,
I don't know.
Butthole.
Hey, man, what's your problem?
But my problem is I'm standing here talking to a couple buttholes. I'll go John Claude Van Damme on you. Butthole.
It's very interesting that we are getting shown this. Wasn't expecting.
What kind is it?
And I wasn't expecting this given how the last episode ended.
I don't know. It's just a watch.
But it is going to be important for the episode, obviously.
You keep the cash, I'll just keep the watch.
Well, it's worth like $3 grand, man. 3,000 easy.
No.
Yeah. Hey. Come on now.
It could be a fake Rolex.
Well, we're good, right? Yeah, we good? Okay.
It didn't shake on it. It's gonna be a fake watch, isn't it? Oh my god. Slippin' Jimmy.
What was that crazy stuff about roundhouse kicks? Where the hell did you get that?
I don't know, man. Just something in my brain, you know, it just came out.
I mean, they fooled me, that's for sure. I thought this was like... I mean, hey man. Kinda goes to show how effective Saul Goodman is at this time. Better than the two brothers, that's for sure. But yeah. It's all good, man. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe he's not so innocent.
Warned? Warned how?
Well, we had a phone call. Someone disguising their voice.
I wouldn't know about any of that. I can assure you that you and your family are safe. I mean, the police are all over this thing. So.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Well, like they say in Silicon Valley, it's not a bug, it's a feature. You ever hear of a bargaining chip?
We are not giving this back. We are not guilty. This money belongs to us. Craig earned it.
I worked very hard.
Yeah.
Craig has this very guilty expression on him. Yeah, I feel like the wife is.
Don't tell anyone about the money.
Yeah, she's the one who's more
Who would know?
We won't tell anyone.
Can't take it.
I can't take it.
more commanding than the husband.
You know what? I can't take a retainer as your lawyer.
You're not our lawyer.
Well, not yet.
But I will be.
You're the kind of lawyer guilty people hire.
Wow. Kind of going back to like their conversation in the first episode. Right?
Looks like you called it.
Yeah.
camping, you know, pretty much right in their own backyard. Well, 5 miles above it.
Oh, hey, that's the same watch, is it not? I mean, it could be different, but...
Not the loquacious sort, are you?
We can't all be as blessed as you.
I believe I did more than what you asked of me, so that would make us square. Yes?
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Jimmy.
You decide to go camping right after I run my little offer by you?
It could be argued that all of life is one great coincidence.
Huh.
They're pretty rash when it comes to the decision making. They're not really the plan ahead types.
Yeah,
The way
I'd take
he's
a cute
smiling.
Attitude right about now if I were you. You ratted on me. There will be consequences.
Yeah. He knows.
Whoever somebody is who may have warned the Kettlemans got them out of there before you did anything even more stupid. You should be thanking this good Samaritan.
Yeah, he's gonna think on that. He's gonna think on that. For sure.
100?
Love the music playing in the back here.
Research. Upon this rock, I will build my church.
That was a beautiful shot as well. Ah, the cinematography in this show never ceases to amaze me.
Super 170 Tasmanian wool.
Beautiful choice.
Using that extra money for yeah.
Could you make sure those are real mother of pearl buttons on the shirt so you know this fake plastic crap?
Of course.
People, when they get a ludicrous amount of money, immediately spends it on things. I mean, that's human nature, right? What can you do about it?
It's bleach. It doesn't wash out.
What? It's permanent? We'll Photoshop the color.
The Thing is playing downtown on Saturday. Thought you might be up for some Kurt Russell action. I owe you
would you
one,
look
so
at
why not
that?
just grab some dinner first, my treat.
Oh, would you look at that? Excellent taste in movies, by the way. Watching The Thing in theaters? Jealous.
Do you have a minute?
Yeah, of course. What's up?
Take a ride with me.
I like that we're seeing this side of Kim. This is more, you know, giving us more personality for her. I like her.
That's my suit, right?
Oh
Am I
God.
crazy here?
No, you're not crazy.
Look at the logo. That's our logo.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That Photoshop on his hair is
You two are still friends,
crazy.
right?
You can go for the deep tissue setting, otherwise.
Is that the small fist?
Use it's 3 arrows.
I pressed it.
Yeah, now you feel it? Good. Now relax, okay?
Okay.
I'm loving this relationship already. We haven't seen much of them, but there's so much chemistry.
It's very nice.
Told you. I get this free every night.
I'm living like a king, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's working up the courage to actually talk about it with Jimmy, loving her mannerisms.
Is this cease and desist?
Yeah.
There it is.
How pissed was he?
Well, his head didn't actually explode, but you know.
Jimmy's
yeah,
loving it.
Like this won't end well for you, pissed.
What, do I have to clear everything past the great and
Yes,
powerful
you can
Howard?
advertise, Jimmy, all you want.
Interesting
That billboard's
choice.
Not advertising. That is a declaration of war.
Declaration of war.
You know, the
It's
background
right at
painting.
Hammond's exit. You know he drives by it every day.
Kind of reminds me of when Walter sees the painting of the guy leaving in the boat in Breaking Bad.
You could work anywhere. You could be somewhere where they appreciate you. You know, where they see how valuable you are. Well, I don't know. Maybe they care about you.
The cease and desist is just the beginning. The next step is an injunction. You can't win this fight.
I love how confident he is. Too confident, I would say.
Merely trying to ply my trade in an aggressive and evolving marketplace.
As I've argued repeatedly, this is trademark infringement. Mr. McGill's new logo is an absolute copy of ours.
I think it
Immediately
falls
cuts to this. I love
fair
it.
use.
Fair use? You're clearly profiting, so fair use doesn't apply.
Holy crap. You seriously named a color Hamlindigo? That is... Yikes.
I can't get over the wig, man. No, not the wig. The Photoshop hair.
If they want to fight, they're going to get a fight. Because I'm not giving up, not...
Holy shit! Dude! The dude! Dude, the dude! The worker guy! Shit. Please!
Get me down! Dude! Call 911!
Hey, good publicity though. Again, this could work in Jimmy's favor though.
Come get me!
I wonder if they actually did shot this for real. I feel like they did. You know, not in a controlled set, but like he actually went up there. You know what I mean? Okay, there we go. There we go.
You okay?
People clapping. Oh yeah. It gets into the yo, okay.
Inside me said, you have to do this.
Local attorney hailed as hero.
Whole thing's a damn stunt.
But I think my clients know that when they're in trouble, I'm there. I was just a guy who...
Oh, that smile from her. I mean, it's not a publicity stunt, but Jimmy made it a publicity stunt. He saw an opportunity, he took it.
You have 7 new messages.
That's better than 0. Well, 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 would you look at that?
I don't see the journal here.
There you go.
No, the Albuquerque Journal. Tonight.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna go out, is it? Yep. Oh, look at this edit. Oh, wow. Yeah. I don't think she cares. Okay. Okay. All right. Better Call Saul Season 1, Episode 4. Let's talk about the beginning of the episode, actually. Let's start with the opening. First of all, I do find it, I mean, I don't know about some of you guys, but I was definitely fooled because I wasn't really thinking about like Jimmy already already in cahoots with somebody else, already has a partner. I wasn't really thinking about that. I was more so thinking about like how, oh, this is the first time that Jimmy is, his moral compass is being tested, right? But no, his moral compass has already been, has already been set to a degree by this time, and I think that's what is brilliant about that opening sequence. I'm sure for some people, they may have already, figured it out, but in many ways, I think it's brilliantly executed. It subverted my expectations to a degree, and really, it goes to show, how Jimmy used to be this, I would say, this charismatic person, because I talked about this before in the first episode reaction, where I mentioned how this version of Jimmy, this past Jimmy, the one that we are currently following, he's not as charismatic as Saul Goodman, right? And then in this episode, where we first get introduced to Saul Goodman, right? In a sense, what's your name? My name is Saul, as in Saul Goodman. Which I'll talk about that in a bit. But it is interesting to me where when we are finally given the information that Jimmy was already Saul Goodman in the past, and he changes into Jimmy right now, right? And the Jimmy that we are following right now feels like he is being held back. Like this is not his full potential. That is until in this episode when he sees, the guy falling, needing help, and then he sees the opportunity, right? He sees I can make this a publicity stunt, it wasn't supposed to be a publicity stunt, but he took that advantage. He took that opportunity because he sees the potential, right? He sees the vision, right? Which is something that, Hamlin was like, definitely mad about. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about it because this recontextualizes a lot of things again, and it's not that the show hasn't really talked about it before. I feel like even in episodes 1, 2, and 3, they mention Jimmy's past, especially during that flashback where Jimmy, was in custody, right? Or yeah, he was in jail basically, right? He was being held, right? And Chuck kind of got him out. But I guess I never really made the connection that Jimmy was already Saul at that moment. I feel like Saul was like a totally different character, but no, he's not. He's always been Saul Goodman. Jimmy is suppressing Saul Goodman. I guess in a way, in the same way as how Walter White is suppressing Heisenberg to a degree, right? But yeah, great start to the episode, that's for sure. I love that. I love how Jimmy was, already being this character, which now brings me to Chuck. Obviously, Chuck. I don't see Chuck as a bad person. Let's just put it that way. I don't see Chuck as a bad person. He's always this. He's been presented as this person who wants to help Jimmy as best as he can. Trying to give Jimmy, hey, you want to work, you want to be free, you want to work. There's responsibilities to be had. You gotta take those responsibilities. You gotta, you gotta do this and that. You gotta follow the rules, follow the laws, and what have you, and whatever. But he is also, in a way, I guess, one of the reasons why Jimmy is Jimmy and Jimmy is not Saul Goodman. In a way, I could say that Chuck is holding Jimmy back. And morally speaking, you could say that that's the right thing to do because you're holding back the criminal mastermind. But obviously, narratively, as we are following Jimmy, this isn't who Jimmy is, right? I mean, we can have that perspective of like, Jimmy was never supposed to be this good person. Jimmy was always meant to be Saul Goodman, right? And it does. This is a really good episode now that I think about it. It's a really good episode because it does recontextualize a lot of things. It does make me, anticipate the next couple of episodes in a different light. Because by the episode's end, I feel like Chuck could be an antagonist. An antagonist the same way as, let's say, Hank is an antagonist in Breaking Bad. Right? because if you look at it in that perspective, same thing with Hamlin actually. Chuck, Hamlin, they're the antagonists. I could totally see that. Like with Hamlin, I think it's pretty much set in stone. In that this is gonna be a rivalry between the law firms, and it's that one's obvious. But with Chuck, that's the more familial connection, right? The same way as Hank is to Walter. Again, comparing Better Call Saul to Breaking Bad, but it is like the best comparison that I could come up with at this current moment. Because when you have this familial connection, a brother, right, who may not approve of Jimmy's action here. If you look at his, Chuck's reaction when he sees the newspaper and the headline, and he's like, it's like Chuck knows Jimmy to the extent that he knows what he is actually thinking and what is his angle, right? In a way, just like us, the audience, like we know Jimmy's angle here. Chuck knows Jimmy's angle here as well. That's how I feel, and it'll be interesting to see how their relationship is gonna build up in the future, because I do feel like Chuck is inevitably going to be one of the key characters in the show that is going to constantly drag Jimmy down. And again, I could be wrong, but I feel like that's what they are kind of setting up with this. Especially with, the context that we've seen in previous episodes when he was talking to Jimmy, in the past. So there is that angle. There is that potential narrative development in the future. But speaking of relationships and developments of relationships, Kim and Jimmy here, I'm loving their relationship already. I love their dynamic. It feels so natural. Like I'll admit that I was under the wrong impression of Kim when we first met her in the first episode. Because I know Jimmy is this, sort of not a comedic relief. I mean, he kind of is in Breaking Bad, but here, we know that he's livelier, not as, let's say, serious as Hamlin. So I was under the impression that Kim is going to be like the opposite of Jimmy, in that she's gonna be, a lot more mature. In quotations, a lot more mature, a lot more serious, just like Hamlin, as I mentioned. But in a way, she's not. I mean, she is, but I definitely sense that that almost what's the best word to describe her, but she's a lot more easygoing than I thought she was gonna be. Like she's not that hard pressed about her clients. She's not that, gung ho about Jimmy, because obviously they have a relationship in the past, and I feel like they still kind of do. I mean, asking Jimmy out on a date already. And even when Hamlin was talking to her, he's like, "You two are still friends," like, and even Kim was like kind of denying it, but like, you know what I mean. So I like their dynamic. I find it to be rather sweet, and Kim. She feels like she is fit for the role, in the sense that as a partner to Saul, a potential partner in the future, she fits the role just fine, perfectly, I would say. So yeah, love her. I'll end the review by talking about Saul Goodman. The name, it's Saul Goodman. I don't think we've actually heard about that in Breaking Bad, because if we did, I would have probably remembered it. the origin of the name, but quite a fascinating way to introduce the name Saul Goodman. It's all good, man. Kind of a reassurance, right, to people, which also aligns very well with Saul as a character, Jimmy as a character, this attorney who should have your back, right? And should, the words, it's all good, man, that should be the words that your lawyer is supposed to tell you, like when you're in deep trouble, your lawyer is going to be coming in and say, hey, it's all good, man. I got it under control. It builds up reassurance. It builds up this level of trust and this level of comfort. Which is ironic because we know how this ends. We know how this ends, right? We know how it ends in Breaking Bad. We know that, yeah, Saul is not gonna make this out, right? He's still stuck making cinnamons, in Omaha, but like at that point he's already defeated. You know what I mean? So yeah. Beautiful episode. Love the cinematography. Love the music especially. Love the editing as well. Cannot wait to see more. All right, before we begin, I should tell you this at the start first. This is a reaction to episode 7 and not episode 5. I thought this was episode 5, but this is not episode 5. This is episode 7. I watched the wrong episode. That's basically what has happened, and the fact that the episode felt like a natural progression and a natural next episode from episode 4, apart from like the opening segment, but you'll see my realization during the review portion of this video where I realized my mistake in that I watched episode 7 and I skipped 5 and 6. I'll do 5 and 6 later, not today, but I'll do them later. I gotta process the fact that I just skipped 2 episodes of Better Call Saul and felt that nothing is out of the ordinary in this episode. Like again, like apart from like the beginning segment, apart from like apart from the cold open, it feels like a cold open to me. But it's I guess it's not supposed to be a cold open. But apart from the opening scene of this episode generally felt like it was just a natural progression. It felt like, oh, okay, we're just immediately following episode 4. Yeah. Sorry, I apologize, but it's not like I'm gonna rewatch episode 7 and say this is my first time watching episode 7 and whatever. That would be lame and whatnot. So yeah, no fake reactions here, but it is kind of funny. Let me guys enjoy my reactions of episode 7, which is the episode that I thought was actually episode 5. Beautiful shot. Hello, Mike.
Once again, I do all the talking.
Okay. Yeah, just making sure I'm on the right episode. What happened?
Look, 45 minutes ago, I'm sound asleep. I get a call from Mr. Ehrmantraut. He's concerned. He's getting threatening voicemails from you, accusing him of petty theft.
Anything you want to say to me about what you found in here? Now that it's all out in the open?
Mike has the right to remain silent.
Maybe she's got something to tell me.
Maybe.
You're not talking to my client without me.
Yeah, he is. Please leave now.
Huh. Might be a bit of something between the two of them.
You ever have jet lag?
Former partner, perhaps? From Mike's old job?
Your daughter-in-law, what's she gonna tell us?
Insane shot. With the wanted posters in the back.
That old precinct was a sewer.
Right. Talking about their old.
Wouldn't be
Okay.
surprised if there's a few more early retirements.
That was just an insane shot. They kept at it for long enough, but just like the overall composition of it, beautiful.
113.
Holy shit, what are you doing?
120. Go inside. It's an experiment, really. I've been attempting to build up a tolerance for electromagnetic fields.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, like taking small doses of poison to build up an immunity.
Chuck knows that he needs to get out of the house if he wants to deal with all of this. With Hank. No, not Hank. With Jimmy!
After what happened with the police and the hospital, I almost lost everything, Jimmy. I can't go on like this.
The police and the hospital.
I have to get back to work.
Yeah,
It'll be a long process, but one to which I'm very much committed. I have to be.
The way Chuck is hiding his actual feelings and intentions for all of this. Like, it's obvious for us, the audience, right? Like, it's no coincidence that Chuck decided to do all of this the moment he realizes what Jimmy has done when he read the papers.
You mean 5/13s? Yeah. Sorry. I was just working with these seniors. Maybe the dementia's contagious, huh?
Love the lighting. Like the light coming through the window. Chuck. He's thinking about it. He's doing it. Oh, I thought Jimmy was spying on Chuck just to be safe.
Well, don't you miss the nail salon?
Oh, I can always visit, get some French tips. This is me.
I love it.
Gotta look successful to be successful, am I right?
I like that Jimmy is showcasing this to Kim. And only Kim. Though there is a sadness to that as well. Like Kim is the only person that Jimmy can trust and feels like an actual friend.
Who goes in here? Because I'd be all up in here if I were you.
It could be your office. This is the angle, isn't it?
I was saving it for someone.
Who?
Yeah.
My partner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who would that be?
Well, you said you were interested in elder law.
It's a nice start, Jimmy.
We're not in a great position to win at trial.
But we came to you people because we were told you win cases.
Frankly, we've worked
I
very
love the
hard to
framing
stave
of
off
the
an
shot.
arrest. After the misunderstanding about your
Someone should
camping
be on the
trip,
left there.
The DA was concerned you might be a flight risk. If the prosecution decides to file, which is definitely the direction this seems to be headed, and if they choose to stack charges, Craig, you're looking at 30 years in prison.
Ooh.
Making the county whole again.
It includes the stipulation that you return $1.6 million.
I mean, we know from the previous episode she does not.
But there is no money.
There's no money.
We told you Craig is innocent.
Yeah.
If you go to trial, you'll most likely lose. And Craig goes to prison for decades. Your children will grow up seeing their dad through bars on visiting day.
You see the two expressions there.
You're fired.
How about we go to my office and discuss this? I'm sure there's a solution.
That won't be necessary. We will no longer be requiring your services.
Better call Saul. I mean, the deal's already been made.
I'm going to take a short break because somebody needs legal help.
Oh, look at this shot.
Offices of James McGill, Esquire.
The bingo sign as well. Come on, bro. The cinematography, the visual storytelling here, it's so good.
Deja vu. Hello again. Good to see you.
Nice cut.
Would like to hire you as our attorney, Mr. McGill.
Same place again.
We've parted
He wanted the coffee.
You said we would be client number one, morning, noon, or night.
Yes, and I meant what I said.
At the time, yeah.
Times changed.
Pay me more. Calling Kim?
Hey.
Hey there.
They left because they think they can win this case, but they can't. I managed to scrape together, from practically nothing, I might add, a deal they should feel lucky to have. This is their absolute best bet.
Bottom line here, Kim Wexler is a fine attorney. She has a great relationship with the DA. Much as I'd love to sing my own praises, I doubt I could get you a deal as good as the one she already has.
Here's another conflict. I'll talk about it later. If I remember to talk about it.
Every penny would have to be present. Every single penny. You understand?
He did take the money.
All of it. I'm gonna need some help here.
Yeah, you sure are.
Familiar place. Is Kim gonna be on the right side again? Never gets old. Yeah, this is iconic.
That prick firing you? You think very highly of my skills, obviously.
It's not that, Jimmy. It's a loser case.
Nah.
with
Slip
the
and Jimmy
best
already
chance.
planned for all of this. I want to believe
My
that.
ass off finagling with the DA, and it's just like, whatever.
There's gotta be a way, you know? I take it to court.
You lose.
Embezzlement. See, Breaking Bad Saul Goodman would immediately get it, right? Which is why I love this version of him. Jimmy is still... Okay. Gonna hold that thought. First job that Saul gave to Mike. That's cool. That's cool. In a way, I guess Mike owes, Saul a favor because of what happened in the opening of the episode, right? Gotta keep in mind, it's not all of the money that Saul gave him back, because Saul spent some of those money, right? I'm still not entirely sure what Mike is doing here. At first I thought he's getting the money back, but that's kind of... Oh.
Jesus. Gets bigger every time I look at it.
That's a lot more than what I thought he was gonna bring. I thought he was gonna take... Okay. Crazy. I mean, hey, he did it. Saul actually did it. Jimmy actually did it, This was the original plan.
To answer that, might I suggest that you go check on that money you insist you didn't take? In the upstairs bathroom, under the sink? Wait, how could you?
Yeah. Yeah. So did Mike give the money to the Salamancas? Or am I misremembering?
No, you don't tell us what to do.
He's lying.
You stole from us. We will have you arrested.
I can see how upset you are.
I don't think it's going to the DA. I could be wrong.
Oh, you're fired.
Oh, I quit already. No, I'm talking about Kim Wexler now. You're going to go back to her. You're going to apologize for your hasty decision to terminate her services, and you're going to fall on her mercy and take that deal. I got nothing to lose. Christ, you should see my office.
He's gonna have a lot to lose by the end of the series. Think about the kids.
We have to do this for the kids.
We're gonna talk more about this dynamic between Jimmy and Kim. It's fantastic. Look at how small he is in this shot, showcasing his dream is bigger than his own person. Gave all that money away. Mike?
Law offices of James M. McGill.
No.
How may I direct your call?
Oh my... Oh. Oh man. Oh man, the way he has to switch back to that to that other persona, trying to hold back his emotions. Oh, wow. Okay. There's quite a lot to talk about in this episode. Quite a lot. I just watched the wrong episode. That was episode 7. I just watched the wrong episode. That was episode 7. I skipped 5 and 6. I'm not gonna re-record anything, obviously, but like, now I gotta think about this. I just watched the wrong episode of Better Call Saul. I skipped 2 episodes. I just watched episode 7. I thought that was 5. Like, the only thing that was odd about the episode was practically the beginning of the episode, but I treated it as like, okay, another cold open from the Breaking Bad universe. I was like, yeah, I don't really need to know about like what actually happened to Mike. It is what it is. It just happened. He got into something. Like I'll think. That's not really. But oh, okay. Because I was about to look at an episode summary of episode 5, and then I'm reading episode 5, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is not the summary of the episode that I was watching. And then yeah, this is a first. This is a first in the channel. This has never happened before. And what's crazy is this episode felt like it felt like a natural continuation. It genuinely felt like a natural continuation. I was like, oh, okay. Chuck, suddenly after what happened before, well, I already explained how I felt during the reaction. You get what I mean. I'm gonna have to watch episode 5 and 6. Not today though. I can't watch it immediately, but damn, that's funny. That's funny. I don't know how you guys are gonna feel about this reaction, honestly, because it felt natural. It weirdly felt natural. I did not feel anything wrong about the episode that is breaking continuity apart from like the beginning of the episode where it felt like, oh, we're just immediately jumping straight into a thing that happened to Mike and whatever. But it's like I didn't think much about it. I was like, oh, okay, Saul helped Mike during a pickle, and then that's it. Oh man. Genuinely, nothing felt out of place in this episode. Hence why I was asking during the beginning of the reaction. I was like, I'm watching the right episode, right? Yay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna hold some of my thoughts of this episode until I'm done with 5 and 6. Actually, no, I'm gonna talk about my thoughts on this on episode 7. The thing that I was going to talk about primarily was the dynamic between Saul and Kim. Well, I guess now I need more context of 5 and 6, but in the context of episode 7, there is this interesting power dynamic between Jimmy and Kim, because I see the main conflict between them, specifically for Saul, for Jimmy, because Jimmy's interest is clashing with his own personal feelings for Kim. Like, the moment when the Kettlemans came to Jimmy for help, that was practically like bingo, right? Hence the bingo visual storytelling symbolism, whatever, right? That was supposed to be it. That was supposed to be it. Jimmy could have taken, Jimmy could have taken, the job, could have gotten the money. There is the problem with the money, of course, but Jimmy could just try to find a way to, to get over it, find a loophole or whatever. But it's specifically that moment when Jimmy actually puts the money back, like the entire money back, the money that he was given, right, by the Kettlemans. That was supposed to be the money that is going to springboard him into, into his dream job, right? Into this new office space that he's trying to build, right? And all of that money just poof, gone. Now he's back to zero. Why? Because he cares about Kim, because he wants Kim to take on this job no matter what, because he cares for her. He loves her, right? He wants everything for her. And he's sacrificing his dream for her. Hence why he was absolutely mad towards himself by the end of this episode. He was like, yeah, I mean, that was the point of like him standing very small compared to like the blank, empty space of the room, right? Dreams that he may not actually be able to achieve. I mean, we know he's not going to get this office space. Maybe he will, right? And then he goes into the office space that we know and love from Breaking Bad. We don't know yet, right? But it's this conflict of interest that really intrigues me, because what is Jimmy going to do about it? And how is Kim going to react to it? Because Kim also deeply cares for Jimmy as well, right? Probably her best friend. Maybe her only true friend compared to all of these other characters, right? Hamlin might just be her boss, but Jimmy is a friend, right? But yeah. Can't really think much, considering I'm still processing the fact that I just skipped 2 episodes of Better Call Saul. I'm gonna upload this regardless. But yeah. It is what it is. Anyways, that's enough thinking for me today. How did this happen, man? God damn it, bro. The file size, the file name says episode 5. That's why I was like triple checking at the start. I was like, okay, it's episode 5. I'm watching episode 5. It's not episode 5. Yikes. Great episode, though. Hope you guys enjoy this reaction to episode 7 of Better Call Saul. It is what it is. No fake reactions here. I'm not gonna re-record episode 7 and I'm like, oh yeah, this is my first time watching. Like, no. It is what it is. Hope you guys enjoy. See you all next time for episode 5 and 6 of Better Call Saul. This has been episode 7 of Better Call Saul. Take care, everybody. Have a nice day. Peace. Okay. And this is supposed to be the old lady. Yep. Okay. So now that I have actually seen episode 7 before 5 and 6, now I wonder what... Well, I guess I'm about to find out, right? What led to the whole mic situation, I mean, at the start of episode 7. So the old lady called the police then?
Look, we know you're in there. You're casting a shadow through your peephole.
He's not grounding himself. Oh no.
Is he coming out or are we going in?
Oh no.
I'll give the paper back.
You believe in the real America.
Whoa, look at this.
Freedom, self-sufficiency. I want to secede from the United States. I got 1,100 acres of property here, self-sustaining with solar power and wells. A sovereign state, immune to the business-killing regulations.
You can...
We are going to be America's Vatican City.
You can see the expression on Jimmy's face there.
I'm your man.
Yes, we are doing this.
Tax-free and backed by the full faith and credit of the sovereign Sandia Republic.
That shit is worthless. What is this? This is yeah, get the fuck out of here. Get away. Find somebody else.
But before I show you my invention, would you mind signing a non-disclosure agreement?
You got it.
What is it?
No problem.
What is it? It's gonna be a sex toy or something. A toilet.
Oh, yeah, that's the way. Gosh, you're big. You're so big. My goodness. Fill me up, Chandler. Put it in me.
Chandler's my youngest. Loves it.
Huh.
Stop.
Give it to me, Chandler. I want it all.
Stop.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I'm not saying this thing won't make you rich. I mean, some of your wealthier Pacific Rim nations, they'll love this, the crazy bastards.
The Japanese are gonna love it.
We created this for children. Children, understand?
I kind of like how we have been spending the episode just with Saul actually going through well, potential clients.
I found the Alpine Shepherd boy. No, you just stay put. I'll be right over.
This is actually amazing.
Now, the Shepherd Boy Hummel, that's going to go to your nephew Clarence?
As long as he finishes college. If he drops out, it goes to my niece Raylene. But then Raylene doesn't get the girl.
The girl with the geese. Yeah, no, then that would go to your cousin Helen.
What is
As
this?
She never remarries Frederick?
What?
And here I thought all lawyers were idiots.
Huh, no, only half of us are idiots. The other half are crooks. Now, my fee is $140.
140.
Oh my god, she's opening a coin.
20, 40.
That's like all the money she has.
Put it on the nail, not the skin.
That one I can do.
Look at this.
Yeah, that would be attractive. How's it go again?
Oh, you're huge, Chandler.
You and your lousy days are more interesting.
Damn, they're so cute together.
Yeah, well, we should definitely do something about that.
I really love these two.
Maybe you've got a future in elder law.
You think I can handle all that glamour?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, that explains some of the stuff in episode 7, I guess. Yeah.
Seniors need someone on their side.
Speaking of which,
It's Howard.
What the hell does he want?
Chuck. This editing.
Why did I have to hear about this through my brother's prick of a law partner?
The only contact information we could find was a business card.
Electronic devices create their own electromagnetic fields. The closer I am to such devices, the worse my symptoms. Anyone who's spent more than a few minutes with me knows that this isn't some kind of delusion. Wouldn't you agree, Kim?
Of course she does.
But I'm not a doctor.
I use white gas lanterns. For cooking, I have a camp stove. I have a large cooler I keep filled with ice. It's not
Smart.
ideal, but I make do.
So what, is it just PTSD?
Oh boy.
Hamlin?
Jimmy?
I
Ken?
found him. I thought I'd wait till you got here.
Great. And he absolutely will not sign off on any commitment papers.
Okay.
This is a physical condition, not a mental one. Chuck is of sound mind. I think we can all agree on that.
All right, everything's gonna be all right. You want something to eat?
Newspaper still there.
Cup of tea?
On the floor.
I didn't get sick because I read about you in the paper. I got sick because I went out of my house to retrieve the paper. I'm too tired for this argument.
Kind of makes me wonder what happened to Chuck 18 months ago.
Slippin' Jimmy, he's back in Cicero, dead and buried.
I did talk about this during my episode 7 review. Chuck is holding Slippin' Jimmy and, I guess in a sense, Saul Goodman back, right? I mean, it's in full display here.
Single-breasted, light blue or cream. It's blue.
There's something about Jimmy unable to find something original for himself, you know, as his own person, but he has to copy somebody else. It's almost as if he does not see Jimmy McGill as his own person. He needs to be somebody else. What clever advertising. Actually, clever advertising.
Hello there.
Oh wow, look at this shot. With the reflections and beautiful.
Well, you'll be pleased to know I have the requisite stickers.
I'll be still my heart.
I'm doing elder law now. Need a will? Call McGill. So, give me a call if you happen to know any elders.
If you happen to know any elders, not saying that you're an elder. You do feel that sense of loneliness. Oh, beautiful. We've been in this place before, right? In Breaking Bad? This is the first time that we've actually gotten proper mic screen time throughout the show. Is that Mike? In the car in the back? Yeah. It's a very obvious shot. That's the daughter-in-law. Gotcha. Oh, wow. A conversation with no words. Says a lot. Okay. Okay. The color tone. Very different. Kind of overblown a bit. There's a blue tint as well. Okay. He was shot, right? Yeah. Okay. Had a feeling when he was touching his arm, I just didn't want to say. You know, I'm really liking these opening footage, because it's clear that it's actually set in the future, right? After the events of Breaking Bad.
How you doing?
I'm okay, you know? Adjusting.
About what?
How before Maddie died, like, for a few weeks there, he was different.
Different how?
Different how?
I started to think I don't know, I didn't know what to think.
Did Maddie commit suicide?
I think he was talking to you.
Me.
I mean, who else?
I'm still wondering what is in his bag.
Tell you what, take a couple in the house. In case you change your mind. I know people.
Do you now?
I can get you some work.
I am not looking for that kind of work.
Don't know why it has to be
Whoa.
this way.
Whoa, what a transition.
You're not under arrest. Okay, did anybody here say arrest? No. You want to walk, walk. But I gotta say, I expected more cooperation from you on this, cop to cop.
Lawyer.
He wants a lawyer, give him a lawyer, man. As a former cop, he knows, right? He understands completely. Nita will call McGill. I mean, it's a pretty good slogan. Not as good as Better Call Saul, though.
You look like Matlock.
No, I look like a young Paul Newman dressed as Matlock.
Yeah.
I am asking you to take a few ounces of lukewarm coffee and spill it on him. I doubt that satisfies the definition of assault, but hey, you're the lawyer.
Right. How silly of me.
He's the lawyer, but Mike's the one commanding the scene.
Detective Escalera will be sitting in with us as per APD policy. Okay with you, right?
Fine with me.
When having seen episode 7, I know they're gonna get the notebook eventually.
Anything you can tell us about what Hoffman and Fensky were into?
Yeah, help us out, Mike. Help us catch the bastard who killed Maddie.
I don't know much about Hoffman and Fensky. It's a cop bar. They were drinking with everyone.
Yeah, but did you see him with anyone in particular?
I couldn't tell you. I was... You know how it was.
How you doing these days?
Feeling like I crawled out from the bottom of a bottle and working hard to stay there.
I wonder if the injury that we saw in the opening was Mike trying to beat up the guys who actually killed Mad.
Do you remember anything about that night at the bar? Did you talk to Hoffman or Fensky at all?
Sorry, I got nothing. They weren't my people.
Hey, that wasn't so hard, huh? Thanks, Mike. Listen, we're probably going to kick around for another couple of days.
He's holding the coffee cup. Oh,
Jeez, sorry.
Mike's backstory won Jimmy over. A lot of possibilities here. Are they implying that Mike was the one who killed the both of them?
How did you know that I would spill that coffee? What the hell's that? What's it supposed to mean, huh?
It means that Mike understands Jimmy's character.
They think you killed 2 cops.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did Mike just basically admit that when he said yep? Like it's a double meaning, like yeah, they think that, and yeah, I did. And did the two cops basically kill Matt? And Matt was mixed into something else?
Yeah, I called them to help catch Maddie's killer. Mike, what if the same person, what if the piece of shit who got Maddie got them too?
And what exactly did you tell him?
I told them I found money. After Kaylee and I moved here, when I was unpacking, it was in the lining of an old suitcase.
Mike's just protecting his son. Wow.
I'd still love him. I'd still miss him. He'd still be gone.
Matt wasn't dirty.
Well, so be straight with me. Right now, this is it, Mike. What was that phone call? Before he died, don't bullshit me.
That was between me and my son.
Oh, you see it in his eyes.
My son wasn't dirty.
But Mike is. Matt was the one who's covering for Mike. I think that's what they're implying here. A son's love, a father's regret. Philadelphia. Great shot. Oh. Oh, that's them.
I know it was you.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, their expressions says a lot.
Albuquerque, New Mexico. You ever been?
Nope.
Take care.
Wow. As he's preparing, as he's wearing the gloves to hide his fingerprints as he's about to kill the both of these cops.
Mikey.
The two officers.
Come on, Mike. Come on.
Pretending to be drunk.
You killed him.
Wow.
You killed Maddie. And you killed him for nothing. You killed him because you were scared of what you thought he might do.
You see his eyes twitching there?
And you staged it. Made it look like a junkie with a gun. And I'm gonna prove it.
Yeah, their silence says it all. Yeah, that's what he hid when he opened the door.
Drinking himself to death. We're doing him a favor.
These bastards, man.
That's what I would have done if I were you.
Oh, what a shot. Those eyes. There's the shot in the shoulder. No mercy. Wow. Guns were in his bag.
You bust a drug dealer that has more cash than you'll ever earn in a lifetime. Some of it doesn't make it back into evidence. So what? It's like killing Caesar. Everyone's guilty. Matt wasn't dirty. I was. Everyone was in that precinct.
Okay, but you said Matt didn't.
No. Not Matt. I told him.
Wow. You see how hard it is for him to say all of this?
What a cop fears most?
Fantastic performance.
I tried. But he wouldn't listen. My boy was stubborn.
Oh.
My boy was strong.
You feel it in his voice.
So I told him.
You hear his
told him
voice.
I did it too.
You hear his voice cracking.
That I was like Hoffman, getting by And that's what you heard that night. I broke my boy. I got Maddie to take the money, and they killed him 2 days later. I was the only one that could get him to debase himself like that. And it was for nothing. I made him lesser. I made him like me.
This is hard. This is hard to watch, man. What a performance.
The question is, can you live with it?
Oh, the darkness slowly engulfing them. What an episode. What a final scene. Wow. Oh, man. That was a powerful performance, by the way. Incredible. Okay. Flashback.
What is it?
For your eyes only. Look at the lighting in this shot, though. Whoa.
Is this a joke?
No, no joke.
You passed the bar?
Go
Chuck
land crabs.
looks proud in this moment.
So, I did that.
Can't blame him. I mean, he's smiling and all.
I guess it's like losing your virginity. 3rd time's the charm.
I mean, quite an analogy, but...
Are you proud of me?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thanks. Chuck, that means a lot.
That means a lot.
Consider hiring me.
As what? Oh, a lawyer, obviously. Yeah. Well, that's a question I'm going to have to take up with Howard and the other partners.
Ugh. I mean...
Having a party?
Yeah, just a little celebration on behalf of New Mexico's newest attorney.
Hey, I hate to interrupt, but could you guys give Jimmy and me a moment? Please, sit down.
Oh, we don't get to hear it. Just see their reactions.
You want the door open or closed?
Closed.
Wow, what a shot. The contrast is immaculate. The congratulations sign, the sound of the photocopier. Then Jimmy just all alone. I like how we immediately cut to her diploma.
Pleased to announce that, working closely with the Bernalillo County District Attorney's Office, we've reached a plea agreement for former Treasurer Craig Kettleman. We believe this is a just and fair outcome.
Okay.
But everybody should have a will. Please tell your friends. And that comes to $140.
You could keep the will until I get my allowance, and that should only be until the end of next week.
Excuse me, allowance? Your family has you on an allowance?
Oh, no, it's my money. I just get it from Sandpiper Crossing. And my expenses.
Okay.
Why don't you just come on in? I'm afraid I'm not explaining it very well.
Something's off.
And all the rest goes into my savings account. It's really all very above board. A lot of places do it this way.
Yikes. They're stealing your money.
Mrs. Landry, are any of your friends around who I could talk to? I'm not doing this intentionally, okay? This could be a mistake. If we correct the mistake, then you'll get some money.
That is the face of someone that knows that they are in trouble. I mean, this could be a big case, you know, like...
Do you see what I see? All I'm asking is for you to take a look, please.
Sandpiper Crossing.
It's a retirement home, assisted living.
Come on, Chuck.
This is one of their monthly invoices they send their residents. I wonder.
How could you even read this? It's like microfilm.
Wow.
118.
Oh, look at this shot, though.
-62 is facial tissue.
The lighting?
And there's a pretty solid attempt at concealment of that fact, which, to my way of thinking, makes it
Fraud. It could be class action.
Hmm.
What do I do now? I mean, what next? Back to see Mrs. Landry.
Nope.
Okay.
Here we go.
We are obligated to protect our residents from being harassed, and we have the right to refuse entry.
Oh, they're getting rid of evidence. Or they got bodyguards.
Come on, guys, seriously? What are you making Soylent Green back there? It's all right, okay.
Nice reference.
To Sandpiper Crossing. Clients of James M. McGill. This is to inform you.
Sir, are you all right in there? Finish up and come out now.
Contact by the end of
Well, give him some time, lady. Jeez.
This is a demand letter informing Sandpiper Crossing of pending litigation for defrauding my clients through systematic overcharging. You're shredding in there. I'm not deaf. I can hear you. Stop right now. I'm telling you guys. Big mistake.
I don't want to impose or anything.
Anytime.
At 1:45?
I'll see you then.
Oh, lovely shot. I don't know if Mike's gonna keep his promise, though. You know, like, anything can happen. Alright.
Jesus.
Yeah, it smells like shit. But I like that Jimmy is trying to find the evidence, though. You know, the shredded evidence. I mean, it's not stealing if the thing that you want to stole is something that was already deemed as garbage and such. It's no longer their property, I guess. Oh.
God damn it.
I hope it's in here.
It's not like we're close to being done. I mean, can't you get somebody else to do it? Running on and on. And so I'm like, why are you your problem? My problem.
The lengths you go through.
We're the law firm representing Sandpiper Crossing Assisted Living. How are you this evening?
Oh.
Quite well, thank you. How are you?
Doing fine. Doing fine. I'm sorry to call so late. Did I catch you at a bad time?
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's just that you're whispering.
I'm at the opera.
Oh, what opera? This is my response, Mr. McGill. You have no good faith basis to threaten any litigation. This is a shakedown, and we both know it. Now, if you push this any further, my hands will be tied.
Damn, so he didn't find anything in the garbage, did he? No. Don't tell me it's... Don't tell me that it's there. It is. So what, he's gonna spend all night trying to piece together all of the shredded paper? Is that it? I'll appreciate the effort, though. Oh yeah, he is. He did not get far.
I don't mind the company.
Hmm.
You look like you could use a cup of coffee.
I like how the show is showing how supportive Chuck is, at least in this episode. I mean, I've talked about, like, the relationship between Chuck and Jimmy, and how Chuck is essentially holding Jimmy back in some cases. Oh. Big brother. Helping out his little brother. Okay, Chuck. Curiosity got to him. Oh, he's going hard. He's been going at it for a while. Oh,
Jesus,
Chuck.
How long have I been asleep?
kind of shows the difference in skill set, I guess. Look at him smiling.
Shoveling snow in a blizzard.
What did you find?
It's your smoking gun.
It's a invoice for syringes, medical supply, Lincoln, Nebraska. So,
Trust me.
Is it
us? We're working together on this?
Oh.
That's up to you, Jimmy.
Ah. That's up to you. I love that. Oh, I love this. I love this. I don't quite get the Nebraska thing, like how is that a smoking gun, but my guess would be it's because of the distance between the two states, and that may affect like the prices, maybe. I don't know.
But this is going to take hours. And who do I bill it to?
Bill it to Howard. I still remember his code. 1933, same year Hitler came to power.
And Chuck can handle this? Last time I saw him, he was...
Last time you saw him, he wasn't himself, okay? This is good for him.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. Just... whatever.
I like that immediate reaction from Kim when she says, okay. I like that.
No, it's the chip. It's the little. Yeah, it's like $800, not counting labor.
Oh, shit. I can't believe they fax him like that. What a power move.
Addiston Pipe and Steel. You turned it all antitrust, and the whole thing went away in summary judgment. It was amazing. It was amazing. I figured you'd be arguing in front of the Supreme Court someday.
Is that foreshadowing?
So here's what we're prepared to do.
Lovely shot.
We're going to make your clients whole. Let's call it $100,000 even.
Whoa.
We admit to no wrongdoing, and your clients release all claims.
Nebraska, although they both begin with the letter N, actually turns out to be a different state than New Mexico.
Right.
Are you trying to make this a RICO case?
Like our client is John Gotti or something?
You know as well as I do, RICO's used mostly for business beefs.
I don't quite know what Rico is. I might have to look it up. Chuck is there just to look intimidating. He's doing the job.
What number exactly did you have in mind?
20 million.
Excuse me?
That's like 10 times more than... That's 10 times more than we established, like, 10 minutes ago. That reaction from him.
Where's...
Is Chuck gonna go outside? He is! Chuck went outside and he's not realizing it. Yo! Dude!
Chuck?
Yeah.
Now he realizes it. Stay calm. Stay calm. Okay, he didn't collapse. I was kind of afraid when he dropped the boxes that he was gonna collapse. But no, he didn't. Okay. Well, would you look at that?
Facts on your side, better.
Hmm.
Know what you're walking into.
House needs a coat of paint.
I love it.
The dog can stay here.
You sure?
Yes.
Stephen Ogg? Stephen Ogg from GTA? I mean, I know Stephen Ogg's an actor. I just never seen Stephen Ogg in any television show, if I'm being honest. I know he's in, like, The Walking Dead.
Got it.
I think. I haven't seen The Walking Dead.
Are you saying my poor elderly clients have fewer rights than a bunch of jail inmates?
Not at all. And no one is denying Mr. McGill access to his clients. We're denying him access to the property.
I have enough here to let me rule on this restraining order.
Yeah. Don't worry, Chuck. That's not smoke you smell. That's me.
Ooh.
Documents calling into question the mental health of many of our elderly clients. attempting to stop the class from being certified on the grounds they're not competent to file.
That's a lot of boxes.
A case this size, it is not a two-man job. We need help. No. And for the good of the clients, we need to refer this case...
Don't say it. Don't say...
Refer it out to HHM.
He said it.
This is our case.
Yes, it's ours, and the task ahead is monumental. This case will span years, and we don't have the capital to carry it forward by ourselves. We simply don't.
Chuck's talking from experience here. Like, I don't think he's wrong at the slightest.
Hail Satan. I submit to the dark side.
Although, I am concerned if there is an ulterior motive here. You know, on Chuck's part. At the very least.
I guess I'll have to get an office right next to yours. Finally out of the mailroom, huh?
I don't know. I don't like the way they weren't showing Chuck's reaction to Jimmy's statement there. What are you doing, Chuck? He's calling Hamlin. Because obviously Jimmy wanted to contact Kim first because Jimmy trusts Kim more than Hamlin. He doesn't want anything to do with Hamlin. Whereas Chuck's more like the opposite. I don't know, man. I mean, it is a way for Chuck to get back into HHM, I guess. Have I seen this guy before? In Breaking Bad? Hey! Stephen Ogg.
So, what you packing? A pimento.
Sorry, what?
Pimento sandwich.
Haha!
That's fun.
I love that.
Pimento is a cheese. They call it the caviar of the South.
Look, you don't want to tell me what you're carrying, so be it, but you don't have to be a douche about it.
I love how Mike's... Yeah, Mike's serious about it.
Is that what you're saying? How are you here without a gun?
Because he's him.
The hell? Really? How do you not pack a gun?
I love this dynamic. Again, really fun to see Stephen Ogg.
Agreed upon fee of $500 per man is agreed upon. If that's acceptable.
Yeah, I have a thought.
Yeah.
How about you give me and Man Mountain $750 each and send Uncle Fester there home? He's not carrying a gun. He's useless.
If I need a gun, I'll use one of his.
Really? One of my guns? How do you picture that happening exactly?
Well, I guess I'm gonna take it from you.
I love this.
You got it.
Woohoo!
Son of a...
I'll bet you'd have an ankle booster, wouldn't you?
Damn.
You want one?
That's so funny. He's like, nah, man, I'm good. And then he runs away. Bro's throwing the guns away at the trash can. That is so hilarious. And then picks up his fucking sandwich. I love it. Mike just proves his point immediately. Oh, man, I love it.
Now that I'm doing the job alone, I get the full 1,500. We agree upon that?
Sure.
Masterful. That's a professional right there.
You want maybe like a safe word?
How about get me the hell home?
What is it? I must have left my stupid phone on last night. It's dead. Could you put it in the trunk?
Well, that was very deliberate on Chuck's part when keeping the phone, you know, on. I mean, obviously he doesn't want Jimmy to know who he contacted. Oh wow, look at this. Sorry, I'm just thinking of Evangelion all of a sudden. If you know, you know.
Well, come on, guys. I'm gonna need an office.
Can I have a room? Everybody, please. Just give us a few.
Ooh, I hate how silent everything was. Oh.
You're not working here.
What are you talking about? You said this case is a slam dunk.
Yes. We want the case. We don't want,
You.
the case is all we want.
Yeah.
What is it that you can't let go of? Huh? What slight did I make to your fine, upstanding character that you
I
can't
mean, that's a good question.
Howard, I don't know what to say.
We could probably up it a bit. Keep in mind, you will be well compensated in the back end. It's easy money, Jimmy. No reason not to take it.
Go to hell, Howard. I'm not giving you my case.
Oh my god, you see the pain in his eyes. It's like he's holding back tears.
Good luck to you moving forward.
I mean, I like that Chuck was on Jimmy's side, but I'm still kind of skeptical. I don't know, man. Like, what if this is all planned?
Jimmy found that case. He built it. Did all of the legwork.
Let's go, Kim.
Decision has been made, Kim, so
Look at how distant they are.
thank you for your input.
Because he's my friend. And the way I see it, you're not treating him fairly.
Oh my god.
The way you see it.
Best character? Hmm.
Stop.
Yeah. Oh man. We don't get to hear what... Wait, where are we? I feel like I recognize this place. God, there's so many factory settings in Breaking Bad. Like, is this not the place where Gus had his operation? Oh ho ho!
We're short $20. That's fine.
Agreed amount or no deal.
Oh. Oh.
You're really willing to blow up this deal over 20 bucks?
Are you?
Yo, dude, why does he have so much command? So much control over the scene? Oh my god, he's so pathetic. That's the point. Selling pills, so, I mean... this is like, I guess the... Well, before Heisenberg, we got this dude. Man, things were rough back then.
The lesson is, if you're going to be a criminal, do your homework.
Wait, I'm not a bad guy.
I didn't say you're a bad guy. I said you're a criminal.
There's a difference.
What's the difference?
No, there is a difference, my guy.
Criminals and bad cops, bad priests, honorable thieves. You can be on one side of the law or the other. But if you make a deal with somebody, you keep your word.
I mean, this applies directly to what is going on with HHM. Well, 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 look who decided to wait for you.
I think you should take the deal.
Damn. Hamlin talked her... Okay.
I want you to be happy.
Oh,
and I know you
man.
want to stay with the case, but you'll get all the financial reward without the risk. Take the deal.
Oh, wow. What an emotional response there. Take the deal. Again, pain in her eyes. I still think there is a level of sincerity there, but there's also reluctance at the same time.
I'm gonna take that deal.
You're sure? This is what you want?
There is a way that you could get Howard to change his mind.
Oh, there we go.
Quit.
Jimmy, no.
No, it's perfect.
You've got the nuclear option. Launch the doomsday device. Game over. If working with me is what you really want. Right, Chuck?
You called him.
There we go. There we go.
You told him not to hire me. It was always you, right? Right back to when I passed the bar and tried to join the firm. You didn't want me.
You're not a real lawyer.
I'm what?
You're not a real lawyer.
I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
I thought you were proud of me.
I was. When you straightened out and got a job in the mailroom, I was very proud.
Was, not am.
You're Slippin' Jimmy. And Slippin' Jimmy I can handle just fine. But
Oh.
Slippin' Jimmy with a law degree is like a chimp with a machine gun. The law is sacred.
I got you a 20-pound bag of ice and some bacon and some eggs.
Oh,
and a couple
man.
of those steaks that you like.
The pain. Oh, man.
I am done.
Jimmy.
Oh, man, the pain in both of their eyes.
Jimmy! Jimmy, come back inside.
Damn. What an episode, man. What an episode. That was great. That was great. Oh, man, what an episode. I think, you know, as this episode was progressing, and the more and more scenes I got with, you know, with Jimmy, with Bob Odenkirk, he was acting in this episode. You know what I mean? Like, that was great. That was great. Fantastic performance from Bob Odenkirk in this episode. Yeah, like there's just so much emotion being poured. And it's all very a lot of it's subtle, but you can also see it in his emotions and the way he talks, through the dialogue itself, the way it was written. Like, it was all so good, and it was all so painful because you know, like, by the time the episode starts, very happily, mind you, you know, with Chuck and Jimmy, you know, probably the closest that they have ever been, you know, just sitting in the bench together, you know, in the sunlight, you know, outside, and then and then as the episode progresses, and then you see, you know, what Chuck was doing behind the scenes, or at least like the hints at what Chuck was doing. Like, you know something's off, you know something is wrong, you know that Chuck is doing something behind Jimmy's back. And as the episode progresses, as I mentioned, you know, things are just not going the way Jimmy wanted it. And it's just this thing that is building at the back of not just our mind, the audience's, but also Jimmy's mind, right? This nagging feeling of like, maybe my brother has something to do with this, you know, but you don't want to believe it, right? Because obviously that would be like the worst betrayal that you could possibly think of, that could possibly happen, and yet that is exactly what happened. Jimmy finding out that Chuck was the one who, you know, that was holding him back, essentially, you know, this is not a surprise, I would say. You know, as if you've been listening to some of my discussions, and you know, of I was about to say Breaking Bad. If you've been, you know, hearing my discussions on Better Call Saul, of the past couple of episodes, especially in like the first 2-3 episodes, you know, always mention this. Chuck is always holding Jimmy back in one way or another, and this is the episode that I think, where Jimmy fully understands the situation, but it's also the most heartbreaking for him because hearing "you are not a lawyer" from Chuck, that is heartbreaking. Like that's your own brother, right? That's probably the only family member that you have left. I mean, I don't know what happened to their parents. Maybe if they talked about it, I've probably forgotten about it. In which case you can let me know. But if they haven't talked about their parents yet, don't let me know. But as far as I'm concerned, Chuck's the only family member that Jimmy has left that he still is in contact with. And hearing those words out of Chuck breaks my heart, because that is all that Jimmy wanted from his brother. At least that's what I believe. Jimmy wanted that, not just the recognition, but also the love, right? That's all he wanted beyond the recognition, right? It's the love from his brother, right? The care, the attention, not just the attention, but also the the overall, the overall, I guess, in a way, like the tenderness, if that makes sense, that familial bond, because Jimmy knows Jimmy has fucked up in the past, right? Jimmy knows that he has done wrong in the past, and that is exactly what Jimmy has been trying to do his entire life, right? Trying to right his wrong, right? Because I do believe that when his brother was the one who got him out of jail, during that flashback, when Slippin' Jimmy was, when Slippin' Jimmy was caught, right? His brother was the one who busted him out of jail, right? And obviously, in that position, you would feel like you would feel that you have been nothing but a burden, right? And that is exactly what Jimmy has been trying to right. He has been trying to no longer become a burden to Chuck. He wants to be his equal. He wants to be, as I mentioned, right? He wants to be recognized, but most importantly, he wants the love of his brother back. And he did not get any of that in this episode. He thought he did. When Chuck decided to help him with this case, he thought that he got what he always wanted, but turns out it was all a lie. Turns out his brother never believed in him. Turns out his brother had no faith in him whatsoever. And at this point, his anger, his frustrations, Jimmy's, totally understandable, totally reasonable, in fact. And this moment, that exact moment, the final moment of this episode, during this confrontation between the two of them, this is a defining moment for Jimmy as a character. This is in fact, I would argue that this is the defining moment. A lot of people I'm gonna make the comparison here, A lot of people ask in Breaking Bad, like, when did Walter White became, Heisenberg? This is the moment when he truly becomes Heisenberg and whatever, and people meme about that, but that's always a discussion about what defining moment that changed Walter White as a character entirely, right? What was the breaking point, right? And a lot of people can say, oh, it was during episode 1. A lot of people say it was when he killed Crazy 8? Was it Emilio or Crazy 8? Or was Crazy 8 Emilio? Shit. I'm forgetting. It was either, episode 3 or maybe at the end of like season 1 and whatever and whatnot, people can meme about it, whatever, But in the case of Jimmy, I feel like this is one of those moments. This is one of those defining moments, right? Jimmy being betrayed by his brother. I don't think there's no going back from this. I don't think Jimmy's gonna, I don't think Jimmy's going to forgive his brother in any way, shape, or form in the future. I think that's it. This is done. Any goodwill that Jimmy has of his brother, any good vision or any good character that Jimmy sees in his brother is gone in this episode. I don't see him ever, I don't see Jimmy ever coming back to his brother, unless there's a very dire situation. But at this point, yeah, because this is not the thing about Jimmy and Chuck's situation here is that this is not just a falling off that happened instantaneously. This is something that has been building up for years, right? I mean, we may not see it, but this has been going on for years. This climbing up the ladder for Jimmy, right? This constant struggle, this constant battle against himself, right? That's something that I need to remember, and we as an audience need to remember as well, because Jimmy is not just fighting his brother for approval. He's also fighting himself, right? He's constantly suppressing Slippin' Jimmy, right? He's constantly trying to change himself as a person to be quote unquote a better man, right? A better character, a good person, a good human, right? And yet, it seems like it's all for naught. And it sucks. Like, this whole situation sucks. It sucks because Jimmy could have been a totally different character in Breaking Bad if this did not happen, I would imagine. I mean, obviously, I'm talking hypotheticals here, but, like, come on. It's one thing to be betrayed by your partner. It's another thing to be betrayed by your family member, by your brother especially. That is different, Walter White and Jesse, they're back and forth. Partners, enemies, break up and whatever. That's normal and that's fine. They're partners at the end of the day, right? There's no bond in there. Jimmy and Chuck, on the other hand, jeez. And another thing that I think I don't remember if I've talked about this before. I think I have. Hamlin is being portrayed as the villain here, right? Obviously, 100%. But knowing the nature of Breaking Bad and I guess Better Call Saul in the sense, I still don't think that Hamlin is, at the end of the day, the bad guy. You know what I mean? The same way as Hank is not the bad guy for trying to stop the criminal mastermind that is Heisenberg, even though Heisenberg is our protagonist, right? We know who Jimmy is gonna become in the future. And you could argue that what Jimmy has become in the future is helping bad guys, right? He's helping criminals. He's helping the mastermind that is Heisenberg in the future. We know who Jimmy aligns with by the end of, I would imagine by the end of the series, right? Heck, we are already seeing the I guess the result of that, the consequences when we began Better Call Saul, right? In the first episode with the with the opening scenes, right? So while Hamlin is being portrayed as an absolute dick in this episode, he has reason for that. And I think the fact that we have not been hearing Hamlin's like conversations with Chuck, we're not hearing Hamlin's like conversation with Jimmy in like previous episodes, when Jimmy got accepted and whatever, and then Hamlin's like coming in and said, "Hey, Jimmy," and then they close the door, and then we don't really get to hear anything during the party and whatever. we don't know what we don't know what Hamlin actually talked to Jimmy, right? At least now we got the context that Hamlin was probably given, Hamlin was probably ordered, or I guess Hamlin talked to Chuck first, and Chuck was the one who pushed Hamlin to, hey, do it, right? In which in this sense makes Chuck even more of the villain, if that makes sense. If Chuck is the one who's telling Hamlin to do these bad things to Jimmy because Chuck doesn't want Jimmy to know that because Chuck doesn't want Jimmy to know that Chuck was the one who is holding Jimmy back. I mean, that's just more, that's more fucked up. You know what I mean? Like in that sense, Hamlin is kind of innocent in this regard, right? It's not like Hamlin wanted to do it. Hamlin's just doing what Chuck what Chuck ordered him to. Again, we don't know for sure, but it's being alluded at this point, especially by the end of this episode when we finally get the confirmation, right, that Chuck was the one who called Hamlin. Jimmy made the assumption, the very plausible assumption that Chuck was the one who told Hamlin not to hire Jimmy, and especially with Chuck saying that you're not a real royal or lawyer. That's it is. It looks like it's pretty much the case here, but we still don't know what Jimmy did to Chuck specifically. That's the thing that I don't know yet. That's the thing that the show hasn't touched upon, concretely. We just know that he has a past with Jimmy. We don't know what that past is, but whatever the past led to their current situation in the present, right? That is exactly what Kim what Kim said to Chuck. Sorry, not Chuck, to Hamlin, when Kim tried to to be on Jimmy's side, but then Hamlin, whatever Hamlin said to Kim immediately flip 180 and go, well, Jimmy, you better take the deal. So we don't know what happened there. There's a lot of conversations that we don't know yet that I would love to know. But at the very least, if they got Kim, to be on Hamlin's side, must be a pretty good reason, But yeah, great episode. I love it. I also love the little side plot with with Stephen Ogg. That was a surprise character that made an appearance, or a surprise actor that made an appearance. Again, like I only know Stephen Ogg from GTA 5. I know he's in other shows and projects. I just never seen them yet. So this is my first actual like proper, live action, I guess, appearance from him. And he was great. I love how his character interacts with Mike. That was really funny. And the whole sandwich thing, that kind of a callback to Breaking Bad, when Mike was talking to Jesse, I believe they're talking about like the same sandwich. They were definitely talking about sandwiches. I love that. That was great. Lovely. Funny moment. But yeah, really great episode. Really great penultimate episode to Better Call Saul Season 1. Yeah, that's great. Thank you all so much for watching. See you all next time. Take care, everybody. Have a nice day. Peace.
Jesus. It can't be done.
Jimmy, my man, I said you would beat the rap. Hey, Myrna, set him up, would you?
Myrna, no, thanks. I'm good.
No, go on. He don't mean it. You just got out of jail. Come on.
Okay, we got a time frame.
Chuck flew in and saved my ass. It's time to make some changes.
Hey, listen to me. You're slipping Jimmy. What do you got to change, huh?
That's him. I gotta hit it.
Jeez, his master's voice.
Really?
Oh, come on. Go outside. Tell Chuckles that you got some business.
Chuckles.
Marco. Oh, come on.
Oh, I love this one.
Hey. Hey. What's up? Why didn't you just tell me?
I didn't want you hating your own brother.
Fair.
It's a shopping list for Chuck. I mean, he's doing better, but he still needs deliveries every day. I think he'd be more comfortable with someone else doing it.
Hmm.
The Albuquerque Journal, he gets delivered, but somebody still has to
Man.
bring it in for him.
You've been doing all of this every day?
Yeah, like you see how much he actually cares for Chuck. And he still does. The infamous trash can.
You sure you're all right? It's not a crime to let it out.
There's nothing to let out. B-2! Just like the B-2 bomber, the stealth. Hey, it's our old friend B. B, as in,
Oh, wow.
betrayal.
Oh. I love the editing and the sound editing, especially. 4 B's in a row.
B as in,
Brother.
B as in, brother.
Right on the money.
Sure, a lot of you have brothers. It's not like mine, though. Any winners yet?
Her reaction there. Like, what?
But, let's face it, that's never gonna happen. None of us has ever leaving this godforsaken wasteland.
Wow. I mean, this is incredible.
So you ask why?
Wow.
Why? If that's how I feel, why do I live here? Why? It's another friggin' me. What? Of course. Why not? Why not?
Wow.
And, I climbed up top, and I may have defecated,
Oh, this is painful.
calling me a sex offender. What? One little Chicago sunroof, and suddenly I'm Charles Manson? And that's where it all went off the rails. I've been paying for it ever since. That's why I'm here.
Wow. What a performance. Wow. Incredible. What a performance. Oh. Was that Marco? Might be Marco.
Marco. You gorgeous hunk of a man.
Oh, what?
I don't see any color. I mean, 10 years in the desert, you should look like Anthony Quinn in Lawrence of Arabia. Speaking of pale sons of bitches, how's your brother doing?
Chuck's fine.
I don't know if I could explain it to a layman.
You okay, buddy?
How's my cutlass running?
It's me around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Correct.
What are you thinking, Jimmy? Slippin' Jimmy, I should say.
You're buying. I'm selling.
All right, show me what you got.
Boom.
JFK's facing left.
Nice framing here.
So in '64, they decide to change the Lincoln $50 into the Kennedy $50. When they design it, they put Kennedy facing right, facing east, just the way they had Lincoln. You know why? East symbolizes the dawn. That's why pretty much every grave everywhere faces. There's still 200 plus floating around out there. What's that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's in.
Drain the snake. Think about it.
Facing west. My hairy ass.
I'm liking this.
Yeah.
The way he stopped writing there. This is so good.
I'm back hour and a half.
This guy was getting ready to call cops on you.
I was not.
Why would you do that?
Now this guy is making shit up.
Hey, I got 110 right here.
Sold. No.
This is so good.
Crap. Hey, where do you think you're going, huh?
Back off, dude.
You double dealing bastard! I got friends!
Oh, that was brilliant. I love that.
Can you keep a secret? Yeah, absolutely.
Oh ho.
Ship of equatorial
Again, like,
is detaining.
just like Breaking Bad, like I'm not really supposed to be rooting for this, but it's okay. They're stealing from the rich.
I'll pay you $900 for this. Cash on the barrel. Tell me, are these today's numbers?
No, none of this was strictly legal, right? And the import taxes would have been a killer. So he had to find.
One of my favorite montages in the show thus far. Hello. Who are you?
You are not Kevin Costner.
What? Damn.
Come on, man. This is home. You hate it out there. What do you got to go back to?
My clients.
Clients. I'm a lawyer.
What?
Oh, he didn't realize. He didn't know.
You gotta be king of the desert, driving around town in a white caddy making bank.
I'm not making bank.
You wish.
Making a living, more or less.
A living. Chuck's a stuck-up douchebag. I hate to break it to you, but he doesn't even like you.
He's not wrong. Well, it's complicated. It's very complicated.
The Rolex thing. Whatever happened to the guy who used to sell us those?
Jen Kang, he got deported. This is the last one.
Oh.
I can lend you some cash.
I don't need the money, Jimmy.
He
I
wants
need this.
He wants the thrill.
Come on, you say you're happy doing wills or whatever. Good for you, man. Seriously. One more. Okay. One more.
Hey,
just
listen to me.
Yeah, I'm listening.
No.
Come on.
Damn it. Problem is, like, if they get caught, you know. Oh man, things are gonna go wrong. It's been a good streak. It's gonna go wrong eventually.
That's crazy.
Wow.
50, 200, 400.
Whose is it?
I don't know.
I like how it's almost exactly the same as how we saw it in the flashback like many episodes ago. Like Jimmy and Marco has worked this out
Is he,
beat by beat, and it works every time. Well,
Hey, buddy. You with us?
oh no.
You okay?
Oh no.
Marco.
The coughing.
Oh, Marco. Marco, you with me? You with me?
Oh, damn. Oh, that's it.
Anybody?
Wow. All alone in an alleyway.
Yeah. His mom gave it to me.
Thought it looked familiar.
Does Saul wear rings in the original Breaking Bad? I don't know. Never really paid attention to that, but it would be cool, you know.
Howard's decided to partner with another firm. Davis and Maine, you heard of them?
Sure, up in Santa Fe.
Right. Well, they've heard of you too.
Okay. Ooh.
Partner track? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about there's an office in Santa Fe with your name on it.
Ooh.
Believe it or not, Howard's been pushing this too.
Good old Howard.
Ooh.
Listen, we're going to be down in Judge Murray's court on Thursday at 11.
Man. I gotta say, you
All
know,
the originals need to be copied and filed.
the thematic relevance of each location thus far has been really, really good.
Those are the green ones, right?
Right. I
prefer the red ones, but not Red Delicious. Those are generally tasteless. Fuji's should be in season. It's not a major issue, but...
Hey, Ernie. Hey, how you doing, man?
Yeah. Too late.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Wonder who Mike was talking to there. The ring. Oh, beautiful shot here. Facing east, right?
Did I dream it? Or did I have $1,600,000 on my desk in cash? I could have gone home with $800,000 each, tax-free.
I remember you saying something about doing the right thing.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh.
Well, I know what stopped me. And you know what? It's never stopping me again.
Nice needle drop. Okay. That was the end of season 1. Now, I was thinking about it, like the way the position in Jimmy was looking to to the right, which is to the east, but I was also looking at like the position of the sun, which was on the left. I don't know if this was during during morning or evening. It might be during the morning, but either way, Jimmy decided to not go into Jimmy decided to not partner up with the guys at Santa Fe. I'm already forgetting their names, but yeah, beautiful episode to end the season. I've been trying to record this section for like 5 times. Like this is the 6th attempt. It always came up wrong, but yeah. Better Call Saul. Season 1 is finally over, and what a season it is. I think it was great. It's a great season. It's a solid season. I mean, what else can I even say at this point? Other than sing its praises. It's really good season. It's really good season. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. But this season was great. I think as a season compared to Breaking Bad, one thing I'll say about the season is that it actually had an ending. Although, that you cannot blame season 1 of Breaking Bad in that regard, considering like the circumstances behind that first season, if I recall correctly. But yeah, this season, I think what it does well is that it proves to me and the audience, to be precise, that this is a show that is standalone. Like, you don't have to watch Breaking Bad to watch Better Call Saul. Sure, there's like some references, some, like hints and Easter eggs and nods here and there, from the opening of the season. I think that's like pretty evident, but at the same time, like you gotta think about it. We as people who have seen Breaking Bad have a very, I would say, like the appropriate reaction, or like the reaction that the writers are hoping for, in the sense that, oh, this is after Breaking Bad, right? The opening segment of the whole season, I mean, like, oh, we are here, that's Saul, right? How long has this been? Like, how many months has this, how much has passed, and whatever. And then you start to get reeled in, and then you welcome to the past, right? Welcome to the genesis of Saul Goodman. But I always wondered, like, if I have never seen Breaking Bad before, and this is my first time watching Better Call Saul, that opening segment, still works wonders. Like, you don't need to know anything about Breaking Bad. Like, regardless of your knowledge or not, that opening segment does its job properly, and that is to introduce to you that this is a person who is not living a good present life, and then we just jump straight back into the past and see how it all began, right? Like, it does its job really well. It's not like you're watching like a quote unquote like a blockbuster series right now on Netflix or on Disney Plus or whatever, where it's also connected to another series or another movie and whatever. And when you're watching the show, it's like, oh, that's like the thing from the movie, and that's like the thing that we obviously need to know. And if you haven't seen the other works within the series, you're gonna be like, what? That makes no sense. What's going on here? I am confused. Like, that's not how Better Call Saul operates at all, right? It operates in the sense that if you know Breaking Bad, there's a lot of things in this show that you will appreciate, especially some of the characters, right? But if you don't know Breaking Bad, then you're still gonna enjoy this nonetheless. Now, obviously, this statement remains to be seen, especially in the later seasons, because obviously with how the season started, with like the opening that is set after Breaking Bad, obviously we're gonna have to go back to that. Obviously, we're gonna have to deal with that and explore that, explore that time frame in like the future, right? And at that point, it's a matter of how are they going to handle that? How are they going to explain what happened to Jimmy because of the events of Breaking Bad without necessarily spoiling everything Breaking Bad has to offer? You know what I mean? Like, there are certain plot developments in Breaking Bad that I would say is major spoilers to someone who has never seen Breaking Bad before, that it is hard to explain why the opening of Better Call Saul is that way without telling those certain things. You know what I mean? And that's the part where Better Call Saul is connected to Breaking Bad. And what I love about season 1 is how much there isn't much connection with Breaking Bad. Aside from like, oh, I know this character, I know that character, I know this joke that Jimmy did when he talked about fooling someone into sleeping with him because he looks like Kevin Costner or whatever. Like, certain things are obviously going to be, a mention or connected to Breaking Bad, but the show does a really good job at separating itself from Breaking Bad. And I hope that this continues to the very end. If not, that's fine. Like, if at some point in seasons like 5 or 6 we have to connect with Breaking Bad to some capacity, like, I'm not going to be surprised by that development. Like, it's almost like a what's the word? It's almost like, it's almost necessary to a degree. But if the show manages to circumnavigate that and say, no, we're still gonna do things our way, and we are going to tell you enough information that will keep you fed without telling you too much that you don't want to eat the other plate that is Breaking Bad, if that makes sense. But yeah, in that regard, I think season 1 of Better Call Saul does a fantastic job at separating itself from Breaking Bad, even though I compare it a lot to Breaking Bad in a good way, right? I usually compare Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul in like a positive, oh, there's some familiarities here and there, or you can draw a connection here, or there are some parallels and whatever. And I mean, I feel like that's just inevitable, especially coming from like the same cast of characters and crew and the same writers and directors and whatnot. Like, it's almost like the same people working on like the same projects, like, it's almost inevitable to do some comparisons. But I think it's I think it's fun, and I think it's fantastic when the comparisons in question are all in a positive light. Like, it's not like I'm comparing A to B because A is better than B. I'm comparing A to B because I feel like A is the same as B, right? But yeah, show is great. Speaking of greatness, I do I do really love all of the performances that I was able to witness and experience in season 1 of Better Call Saul. I think Bob Odenkirk did a fantastic job as James McGill. And the thing that I love about Jimmy in season 1 of Better Call Saul is already how much um how much emotion in general that Bob Odenkirk gave to the character compared to Breaking Bad. Like, the thing is, like, there's a lot of side characters in Breaking Bad that, while there are plenty of, I would say, plenty of emotive moments in the show, it pales in comparison, in my eyes, in my opinion at least, to the incredible performances from the main cast of characters, right? And it makes sense, right? The side characters, they're the side characters. The main characters, they are the ones that are within the spotlight. Like Bryan Cranston gave it his all. Same thing with everybody else within the main cast whose names are not really popping in my head for some reason. Aaron Paul. But here, right, Better Call Saul, just incredible performances from the people that you didn't realize are gonna give it their all. Or at least I wasn't expecting to see this side of those characters that I know from Breaking Bad, in certain moments, in certain scenes that I wasn't really expecting in the first season. Mike, Jesus, you know that moment when he was talking about his son, where when he just starts, when he just broke, essentially, powerful. That was a powerful performance. I still think about it. To this day. Like, I mean, it's been a couple of weeks since I've actually finished the show, and much longer since I finished that episode specifically. But it's a great scene. Everybody else, fantastic. Like, well, I love all the characters in Better Call Saul. I think they're all fantastic. They're all great. Kim, I think, is a very likable, lovable character that I feel like is so necessary to the story. Especially with how she interacts with Jimmy. I feel like the Kim and Jimmy dynamic is so fucking strong. It is so strong. I love them both as these two pair of characters. Because the thing about these two characters, Jimmy and everybody else, Jimmy and how he interacts with everybody else, there is a professional manner to it. Like, whenever he talks to Chuck, whenever he talks to Hamlin, especially, and a bunch of other people, like Mike and whatever, there is a level of professionalism in their discussion, in their talks. Like, there's some classic James McGill, Saul Goodman comedic banter, like some snarky comments here and there and whatever, but it's all it all feels very like professional level, if that makes sense. Whereas with Whereas with Kim, Jimmy and Kim, the way they interact, there is a level of casualness to them. Like it's all laid back. The scene that is at the top of my mind right now is like the scene where they're both at the sauna, in the sauna place, or the salon, not sauna, I'm the salon. They were both just sitting at night, and Jimmy's like trying to, it's the scene where Kim's trying to adjust like the massage chair, and Jimmy's trying to help her, and Kim's like, I got it. You know, like that kind of dynamic. That is a dynamic of very close friends. Jimmy and everybody else feels like dynamics between co-workers and acquaintances. Even Chuck to a degree, even though he is family, there is still this very distant feeling, and that's very obvious, right? Because Chuck with Jimmy, I'll discuss Chuck and Jimmy in a bit. Getting sidetracked there. But when it comes to Kim and Jimmy, you know, the way I see it is I feel like these are two very close friends who have been friends since childhood, and it just so happens that they are now working in the same company. I'm not saying that that is the case, but I am saying that is the vibe that I'm getting at. You ever get that feeling? I hope you guys do. Because, you know, it's the feeling of having a close friend who's still with you like 10, 20 years later, and the dynamic is still the same. That is how I feel when it comes to Jim and Kim. It feels like I'm just seeing two childhood friends still being childhood friends and still kind of doing childish things every now and again in a very casual manner. Like, they're not trying to be professional to a degree, because why would they? They're very intimate, they are close. And we're not even talking about like their actual romantic relationship, which very heavily implied, very hinted at in the past, right? We don't know what it is. I mean, we don't know how, like how intimate they are, but we can guess. We can guess how intimate they are. But as I was mentioning Chuck, for a bit there, Chuck and Jimmy, even though they are family, even though they are supposed to be close, they're the closest characters in terms of like relations, right? They're blood related. They're brothers, they're siblings. And yet they're like the most distant out of all of the characters. I would say even more distant than the dynamic between Jimmy and Hamlin. Like that's a dynamic of rivals. But Jimmy and Chuck feels distant in the it hurts kind of way, because they are related. And yet they're both kind of pushing each other away because they just don't see each other eye to eye. They try to, and that's like the point throughout this entire first season, right? They try to see each other eye to eye to the point where they are working together. But just when they are on the brink of actually becoming partners in the sense of professional partners, right? Partners in the sense of working in the same field, in the same profession, that's when it gets tricky. That's when Chuck draws the line. And it hurts for Jimmy, because in the eyes of Jimmy and in the eyes of us, the audience, it's like, oh, so you don't trust me because of my degree, because of my profession, because you don't think that I'm a real lawyer, right? Like, that's fucked up. That's just messed up. That's just wrong, right? And I think the show does a pretty good job at making us dislike these characters, even though they are not badly written. Let's just, like, there is a difference, right? Because I find some people not liking certain characters, and think it, and they immediately assume that it's attributed to bad writing. Like, oh, like for example, like Skylar from Breaking Bad, like, oh, I hate Skylar and whatever. Like, I get that some aspects of Skylar are written to be dislikable, but I could never dislike her as a character. Like I could never hate her, because the way she is written, and the way, like the purpose of her character in the story, like that is something that you need to understand as viewers, as as audiences who are engaging in this art form. Same thing with Chuck, and especially Hamlin. And I feel like a lot of people, again, like I don't know, but I feel like a lot of people dislike Hamlin because of this. Like people dislike Hamlin the same way people dislike Skylar. At least that's what I'm guessing, because Hamlin is written in a way that just makes him a complete dick towards Jimmy, right? Like, it seems like he does not care for Jimmy at all. Like, he pushes Jimmy away. Like, he's like a major obstacle to Jimmy, and that's been established since day one of this series. And then like the major a stab to the heart when it comes to Chuck by the end of the series, where he just mask off, right? These are hateable characters in my eyes, but I just can't hate them. I love them. In fact, I love both of these two characters because of how they are written. They serve their purpose. They are serving their purpose, and the way I see these characters are the same way I see, let's say, Hank from Breaking Bad. Again, drawing comparisons, but it's because I see them eye to eye, to a degree, at least in this first season, right? We don't know what's going to happen in the later seasons. We don't know, at least I don't know, how these characters are going to develop. But the thing that is drawing my attention is that these two characters, Chuck and Hamlin, they are written as if they are antagonistic towards Jimmy, and they are antagonistic towards Jimmy, but it's not like they're bad people. In fact, you could say that Jimmy, out of the three of them, is the bad one, right? He's the bad person. He's the one who is doing a lot of bad things. He is doing a lot of wrong things, and he is still doing wrong things, right? By the end of the final episode, or the final episode in general, when he kind of reunites with Marco, right? And especially, with knowledge that we know of the events of Breaking Bad, like we know by the end of this, Jimmy is gonna be helping bad people. Jimmy is gonna be helping criminals, right? In that regard, Chuck and Hamlin, they're kind of the good guys, right? They're the ones who are, quote unquote, righteous of the law. But they're not completely right either. They're still wrong. They're still wrong in the sense that they are still neglecting Jimmy, right? And that's the difference here. Because I was drawing a comparison to Hank in the sense that Hank wants to capture, Walter, and that makes complete sense. Walter is just a straight up criminal, right? In the first, well, not even in the first season, like throughout the entirety of the series, and it just gets worse and worse and worse, right? And I don't need to explain further about like my thoughts on Hank and Walter, but in the sense of the Jimmy, Chuck, and Hamlin dynamic, this is a case of a person, Jimmy. This is a case of a person who could have been, quote unquote, saved. But he didn't. He wasn't, in fact. Because the people who could have still don't trust that he could change. It's the fundamental problem of already labeling a person as bad without giving them the chance to do good. Jimmy has been trying to do good this entire season. That's like the whole point. The whole point of this season is Jimmy trying to do good and trying to impress Chuck, right? Trying to get his approval, trying to say, hey, Chuck, look at me. I'm doing the thing that you want me to do. And yet Chuck neglected that. Chuck said, no, you're not a real lawyer. And that's like a fucking slap in the face. Because then what the hell am I doing then? Right? In Jimmy's eyes, it's like, well, I try to do good. You don't believe that I could do good. So what's the point? Right? And there's the whole problem. There's the whole conflict. And I mentioned this a couple of times during my discussion in like the early episodes, but Chuck is the reason that Slippin' Jimmy is being held back. For good reason. But what Chuck fails to realize is that Jimmy is Slippin' Jimmy. Like, it's not like Slippin' Jimmy is a different persona or a different character. The same way as Saul Goodman is a different character from Jimmy and Slippin' Jimmy. At least in my eyes, they're just like this. They're the same. They are one person. They are one person, but it's just a matter of like which character do I want to present to certain people. But they're still the same person either way. And because Chuck kind of neglected Jimmy in his adventure of or in his path of trying to do right, it kind of paints the wrong idea for Jimmy as a character. It's like, well then what? Well then fuck you. You know? And given where Jimmy is currently in Breaking Bad, it's kind of hard to blame him, you know? But see, here's the thing, right? This is where the nuances of Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad comes into play, because much like with Breaking Bad, we are following a character who we know is gonna do wrongdoings, right? This is a character that is gonna do a lot of things that are wrong, legally and morally speaking. And the difference between Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, the difference between Walter White and Jimmy McGill, is that with Walter, we don't know how he's gonna end up being, right? It gives us this false hope that, oh, Walter can change, right? Walter can redeem himself. In fact, the show multiple times throughout, Breaking Bad has given Walter a lot of opportunities to back down, right? A lot of opportunities to go, we can stop here. We can stop here. You have achieved your purpose. We can stop here. But that's not what Walter did, right? Walter just kept moving forward. He's like, no, I want to do more. Give me more. Give me the next phase. Give me the next, like, big, opportunity. Like, it's never too late. Even though he stops, something always pulls him back in, and he doubles, triples, quadruples down every now and again, right? But again, we don't know how Walter is going to end up in Breaking Bad. Whereas with Better Call Saul, we know where Jimmy is going to end up, given the sense that it is a prequel series, right? We know Jimmy is going to be helping a lot of criminals in Breaking Bad. Jimmy is going to do a lot of wrong things. Again, you could argue that Chuck and Hamlin are the good guys in the sense that they are trying to stop a person that will inevitably in the future help out the future criminal mastermind of Albuquerque, Obviously they don't know what's gonna happen in the future, duh. But it is almost tragic to see these people, all of these people actually trying to, help Jimmy in their own ways. either by enabling him or by preventing him, and knowing that the inevitable is gonna happen anyways, and some of their actions are gonna be for naught. That's like, I feel like that is the power of a prequel, right? Like, there's always like, there's a positive and a negative when it comes to doing a prequel series or a prequel movie or a prequel story in general. In that, on one hand, you know where the story is gonna go, but on the other hand, because you know where the story is gonna go and you see where the story is at the moment, it kind of becomes tragic, and that is an emotion that can only be heightened by the prequel aspect because of our knowledge of the future. But yeah, as much as Breaking Bad is a tragedy for Walter White, I feel like Better Call Saul, I fear, positively, I fear that this is gonna be an even worse tragedy. You know, like, I don't know. Like, it's just like, this is just gonna be heartbreaking. Yeah. Better Call Saul, everybody. Better Call Saul. It's a great first season. I love this season a lot. Very solid. I love the performances. Love the overall direction of the show. The narrative and the flow. The overall pacing of the show has been really solid thus far. Like, nothing feels like, I don't feel any negative aspects towards this season at all in my eyes. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, what do I don't like about this season? And not much, really. Like, it's been an overall net positive. It's been great. I don't think it's like the best season ever or anything. I mean, it's still like the first season, but still, it's really good. It's a really good first season. I really enjoyed this. It's been great. It's been fun, and I cannot wait to see more. Thank you all so much for tuning in to watch my reaction to Better Call Saul. See you all next time. Take care, everybody. Have a nice day. Peace.